Okay, looks like I'm good here. So, like to welcome everybody to the Non-philistine Review installment number whatever it is. Today I'm reviewing Suez, as in the Suez Canal, Crisis by British author Keith Kyle. I always seem to take on these small uh, projects and subjects. Um, this book originally published in 1991. This edition is 2011. So a feature of this edition is an epilogue as well as an additional chapter um, from covering the period between 1991 and 2001. So the main bulk of the book that I'll be talking about is the text from 1991. But at the end, there are some very helpful chapters for updating it to post 9/11. I believe the comments are after 9/11, but I don't think that there's anything written in 2011. I think the only updates to the original 1991 text are the epilogue in 2001. There is at the beginning that I'll start with a foreword by Roger Lewis, who is a professor at Texas. Yeah, the foreword is written in 2010, so a bit more uh, later date, looking back both at the Suez Crisis and Kyle writing it in 1991. The foreword written by Roger Lewis, Kerr Chair in English History and Culture and Distinguished Teaching Professor at University of Texas, Austin. So, starting with the foreword, so this is quoting Lewis. Keith Kyle will always be remembered for his comprehensive account of the Suez Crisis. Yet he was not an historian by profession, nor by any stretch of the imagination did he anticipate that his work would be recognized as a classic work of history. He was personally modest and self-deprecating. As a journalist, he was exacting and sometimes fierce. He stood 6 feet 3, and to his friends seemed to resemble perhaps an angular and benevolent giant. But to victims of his ruthless questions he probably appeared as an enormous bird of prey. There is carefully suppressed outrage and a sense of betrayal that lies beneath the surface of the book. Yet the account inspires confidence in the reader because it is deliberately balanced and impartial. It can be seen not only as a microcosm of British politics, but also of Britain's place in the world as a great power. It can be read for the sheer enjoyment of the narrative, as well as the study of one man's moral compass. Though he felt passionately that Anthony Eden had violated public trust, Kyle was able to deal in a fair-minded way not only with Eden but also Gamal Abdel Nasser. Historians, as well as journalists, are usually prisoners to their own era and personal circumstances. Kyle's writing reflects the intellectual and political current of his time. He never achieved his long-standing ambition to become a member of Parliament, perhaps in part because of problems of health beginning in childhood. He was born in 1925. During his early years, he began to have spells of absent-mindedness that his friends later regarded as a curious, if exasperating, eccentricity. They were manifestations of a disease that struck him down more than once. His interest in history became evident when he was a student at Magdalen College, Oxford, in 1943. His tutor was A. J. P. Taylor. Called to duty in the last years of the war, Kyle served in Burma and India. His experience in the twilight of the Raj led him to support Indian political aspirations and strengthened his skepticism about the future of the British Empire. He returned to Oxford and seemed destined for a career as an historian. Taylor and other dons believed that he possessed a first-class mind. Then catastrophe struck. He was the victim of myalgic encephalomyelitis, ME, mercifully abbreviated, which causes incapacitating fatigue and listlessness. After leaving Oxford, he seemed lucky to obtain a job at the BBC. Yet he began to write with such grace, verve, and accuracy that in 1953 he caught the attention of Geoffrey Crowther, editor of The Economist. This was a piece of supreme good luck in Kyle's life. During the Suez Crisis, he was in Washington, D.C. as the American correspondent of The Economist. The book that he wrote some 3 decades later reveals the same sharp, witty, and clear style as the weekly magazine. The Suez Crisis had long antecedents, but its immediate cause was Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal Company on 26 July 1956. 3 months later, on 29 October, Israeli forces invaded Egypt and were followed by British and French troops. Many at the time thought that it was a coordinated attack, but Eden claimed that the British and French had launched their expeditions only to keep the peace between the Israelis and Egyptians. Kyle was among those who believed from the outset that there was collusion. So that sets the stage a little bit about the author and the subject of his book, The Suez Crisis. And obviously, in 2023, a lot of people don't even know what the Suez Crisis was, and I'm not avoiding, stating what the Suez Crisis was, but that's the purpose of this review, and I'm going to get into it. So, the Suez Crisis occurred at the same time as the Soviet suppression of the Hungarian uprising. The Cold War is the background to this whole story, but the US is more of an actor in the drama than the Soviet Union, which is bizarre because everything in the Cold War across the world was either in the American camp or the Soviet camp. But as Lewis points out here, the Soviet Union is sort of MIA in the whole Suez Crisis. Not completely, but compared to the US. Because at the time it was dealing with the Hungarian uprising. This is 1956. There was a presidential election at the time of these events in the US. Eisenhower won, but this was his second campaign. But there was a major factor going on in the US environment that influenced their players in the drama, who are mainly Eisenhower and Dulles, but also many other people in the US government. And so a previous book on the Suez Crisis, on which Kyle's Kyle's book built further is, quote, Suez, the Twice Fought War, unquote, 1969 by Kenneth Love, Love. So we'll start into Kyle's preface. Kyle starts by telling the story of where he was when Suez occurred. He was in Washington, then shortly returned to London for a few weeks. Both cities, he recounts horror and disappointment with the unilateral action of Britain, France, and Israel, and that collusion between them, this word is already front and center, collusion between them, despite initial avowals to the contrary, was assumed. Kyle, a Washington correspondent of The Economist, a paper which prides itself on the extent of its coverage of American domestic affairs. That's a quote from Kyle. So that's what he believes it stands for at that time, 1956. Every member, this is a quote from Kyle's preface also, quote, every member of the editorial staff of my paper except one had taken the same position as myself, unquote. What was Kyle's reaction? Immediately, on hearing of the invasion, he cancelled an interview with a British conservative, capital C conservative, while he's in Washington. That's not, I just point out, he's a journalist and he's canceling a meeting with a British conservative. It doesn't sound like he's the most objective at this point, but we will give Kyle the benefit of the doubt. And I'm by no means making a final characterization of him at this point. We are literally at the tip. We are at the tip of the iceberg in more ways than one in this incredibly loaded subject. So, chapter 1. What was the Suez Crisis? So, I'm going to start this by showing a few pictures. Here we have Anthony Eden, Prime Minister of Great Britain, and Nasser, President of Egypt, meeting in Cairo, February 1955. Eden looks like kind of easygoing Englishman in a tuxedo. Nasser looks like a very iconic, almost individual, very remarkable face. And he's in military garb. All seems friendly in this picture, but this was the only time they met. And I guess more than a year before the Suez Crisis, but there was, we'll see what was going on in February 1955. That's ships traveling through the Suez Canal in the bottom. There's might as well just sort of list the cast of players in this drama here. In the top, the man with the glasses is Iraqi Prime Minister General Nuri Said. Iraq was the rival of Egypt for leadership in the Arab world at this point. This picture here of the young man talking to the older man is King Hussein of Jordan with the man he dismissed, Glub Pasha, the commander of the Arab Legion. I believe Glub Pasha is an Englishman, but he's an advisor or commander of a military advisor and commander to the King of Jordan. In the photo with the seated individuals, that is, the younger man is Ariel Sharon of Israel, and the older man in the center is Ben Gurion, the Prime Minister of Israel at the time of the Suez Crisis. We have the Soviet Foreign Minister Dmitry Shepelov with Nasser. Now, I said that the Soviet Union was MIA, but Egypt was a nominal ally, or they went further towards the Soviet camp as relations with Britain and France and the U.S. I'm not sure about the U.S., but Britain and France worsened during this crisis. Not sure the extent. Well, we'll get into the extent to which Egypt was an ally before that of the Soviet Union, but it increasingly went into the Soviet camp as the Suez Crisis developed. On the radiant individual descending the stairs from the airplane, with this incredibly radiant expression on his face, is Krishna Menon, Nehru's favorite, Eden's, quote, hornet, India's loquacious and self-regarding mediator. That's the Foreign Minister of India. The major players in this drama that I will relate are Britain, Egypt, France, and Israel. The US is also a player, but the main players are Britain, Egypt, France, and Israel. And here we have the French. There's Eden, of course, and this is Dulles. This is Christian Pineau, French Foreign Minister. At the bottom we have Prime Minister of Australia Menzies, who was something of an envoy at the height of the crisis, or right before the height of the crisis. Oh, no, it was after hostilities started. He went to Cairo as sort of an envoy. Other French characters we have here. This man. Maurice Bourget Manoury, French Minister of Defense and later Prime Minister, former resistance hero and chief promoter of the alliance with Israel. Prime Minister of France at this time, Guy Mollet of the Socialist Party. He's got a gigantic stack of papers and newspapers there. Apparently, politicians actually did some work in those times. Or at least read newspapers. Here we have a picture of the Straits of Tiran, which are, I think, at the top, at a neck of a narrow neck of the sea, at the north end of the Red Sea, that leads to the only port of Israel on the Red Sea, and this is a big Egyptian gun. You can see any ship having to cross here would have to have the approval of Egypt. And there's a destroyer of some kind lurking in the waters there, which I believe is where we see one of the chess pieces of the British Navy or possibly the American Navy. It's the relations between Britain and Egypt. And the US and Egypt have a lot of implications. Here, of course, we have Eisenhower, Dulles, Secretary of State, and the British UN envoy. Here we have the Secretary General of the UN. I've read his name many times. I'm not sure if I can pronounce it or ever will be able to. Hammarskjold, quote, the amazing Swede, Secretary General of the United Nations. Here we have a photo of some of the combat. The second wave of British Marines weighed ashore at Port Said at the Mediterranean outlet of the, or entryway, of the Suez Canal. Jeez Louise. You can see there the giant plume of black smoke. Looks like they hit an oil refinery or something there. I don't know what else would make that kind of black smoke. It's like burning oil. Of course, oil looms large in this story, as it does in the Middle East today. The top right there, we have the commanders, British and French commanders of the military expedition. Picture of Israeli soldiers. Pictures of bodies of Egyptians killed at Port Said. Perhaps I should show that. French admiral looking very military uniformish. This picture, I suggest, is iconic, not only of this book, but perhaps I'll make a statement of the entire post-war period. This picture here, you can see the head of a statue that is fallen, being burned. That is the statue of Ferdinand de Lesseps, the famous Frenchman who befriended the Viceroy of Egypt and convinced him of the idea to build the Suez Canal. And his statue is, it says, the fall of the founder, de Lesseps blown off his pedestal in December 1956 when the British and French left Port Said. So, the tip of the iceberg is beginning to be observed, hopefully. So, chapter 1 of Kyle. The Universal Company of the Suez Maritime Canal, incorporated 20 December 1858, 98 years before de Lesseps got, so basically a century before the events that the book describes. The company, owing its form and existence to Frenchman Ferdinand de Lesseps. De Lesseps was friends with Mohammed Said, Viceroy of Egypt, Viceroy as in Vice President, Vice King, to the Sultan, I believe, in Istanbul. Viceroy of Egypt, Viceroy because Egypt was a province of the Ottoman Empire. So the individuals loom large over the history of this Port Said, obviously named after Mohammed Said, the Viceroy of Egypt, who was the partner of de Lesseps and the French in the initial conception of the canal. So Port Said was the town invaded by the British and French. Although, of course, all these terms are loaded, but we'll get into the facts. So, de Lesseps was friends with Mohammed Said, Viceroy of Egypt. In 1858, Said conceded to the Universal Company the digging of the canal and operation of it for 99 years. He conceded to. Egypt not being a democracy at this point. So a quote here. The Universal Company, this is the Universal Company of the Suez Maritime Canal, was, despite its name, a company with French shareholders and French management, and its sole capital asset, the canal, was constructed by French brains, Egyptian sweat, and the money of both. These are important facts. The Suez Canal opened with great ceremony November 1869, but 6 years later it was in dire financial straits and sought a purchaser for Egypt's shares in the company. Disraeli, Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli of Britain, in a stroke of genius obtained Egypt's shares for Britain in 1875. Britain owned 44% of the shares. And I will, in the part 2 of this video, because heaven knows I'm not going to get through all of this in one video. Okay, we're looking at over 600 pages here. I'm going to figure out how much in US dollars Britain paid for Egypt's shares of the Canal Company in 1875. This was before the days of course, they printed money a little bit, but this was before the days of the central bank being able to inflate just ad infinitum. Of course, they printed money to some extent, but back then money meant something. It was hard to get. In this purchase of 44% of the shares in 1875 by Britain, I will relate how much that is in current US dollars, but I don't think it was a drop in the bucket. Britain owned 44% of the shares, but the character and style of the University Suez Canal Company remained French, with company headquarters in Paris. I will engage in a little bit of English Canadian prejudice and stereotype versus the not French Canadians, but France. Is it well, look, didn't we have Mollet, the socialist prime minister of our president of France at this time? We don't. I'll leave it at that. I won't get into trouble here. But this company, both Ferdinand de Lesseps and the Universal Company of the Suez Maritime Canal, are French icons of French history and culture, particularly French history and culture in the 19th century. Ferdinand de Lesseps is one of the most famous and accomplished, the building the Suez Canal, or conceiving of it and finishing it. Of course, Egypt is massively involved, as well as Mohammed Said, but it's one of the greatest accomplishments of any Frenchman in all of history, and of any European. And the Suez Canal Company in Paris was iconic. And Kyle here grants that the character and style of the Universal Suez Canal Company remained French. Cairo in the 1860s was cosmopolitan and an ethnic mixture from all over the Mediterranean. Cosmopolitan and an ethnic mixture in the upper classes, importantly. The Arab Egyptians, who were not the upper class Egyptians, didn't like this, and an uprising occurred in Alexandria 11 June 1882. The viceroy, aka the Khedive, the terms here are iconic. We have Glub Pasha and the Khedive and the viceroy. The viceroy and the Khedive mean the same thing. The viceroy, aka the Khedive, took refuge with the British. Gladstone, who was in power in 1882, sent the Royal Navy, and Britain occupied Egypt. Britain promised other world powers it would withdraw on condition of the, quote, restoration of order, unquote. A dubious term, or vague term. This status quo remained until the 1950s. So Britain got into Egypt, like into Cairo, and in direct involvement with the government because of this uprising in June 1882. And that they basically, did they save the viceroy? This is probably the excuse for going in there. They saved the viceroy from being, overthrown by the Egyptian people, and occupied Egypt in the process, and they never left. They said they were there to, quote, on the condition of the restoration of order, and they were there at the behest of the Egyptian government, but not the goodwill of the Egyptian people. We're starting to see some of the background here. France had bailed at the uprising in 1882, its navy sailing away at the beginning of the uprising. So Britain, from that point onward, did not treat France as an equal power in Egypt, and with respect, despite its controlling shares in the company, France argued consistently for international control of the Canal and Egypt as a whole, whereas Britain acted as a defender of Egypt in the Khedive. Oh my goodness, this is so freaking involved. This is just so unbelievable. This is like a movie, but way too complex and extended for a movie. This is like an epic. The history, the relationship between the British, French, the Egyptian ruler, the Khedive, the viceroy, the Ottoman Empire, who was of course the viceroy's boss, and the Arab Egyptians is long and romantic. Goes back at least to Napoleon's invasion in 1798 and the obliteration of the French fleet in the Battle of the Nile by Nelson on 1 August 1798. So 1882 is by no means the first act in this drama. Go back to, how far do you want to go back? I mean, it's ridiculous. But at least to the Britain, France, and Egypt, just those three players, goes back to at least 1798, Napoleon's invasion of Egypt. Technically, that is, juridically, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire. That's another major player here. This changed when in World War I, the Ottomans supported the Germans, and from 1916 onward, Britain treated the Canal as an exclusive prize of war. People should watch, not just because it applies to the background of the Suez Crisis, but for pure pleasure, should watch Lawrence of Arabia, the famous movie with Peter O'Toole as Lawrence of Arabia, and who is it? And he's a famous Egyptian actor. Who's that? Oh gosh. Gotta know that one. Omar Sharif, good heavens. Can't believe I forgot that one. Omar Sharif playing the character of the Arab prince. And we have the Arabs and the British in the person of Lawrence of Arabia, and later the British troops conquered Jerusalem and Damascus, and a great drama of World War I fighting the Ottoman Empire, that is Turkey. And at the end of this, Britain appears to have solidified its claim to the Canal and to Egypt more broadly, because they did the fighting. I'm not even going to get into that. I mean, I'm not an authority here. Look, I'll lay my cards on the table. I have read many books on Churchill. I have read all 6 volumes of Churchill's Memoirs of World War II assiduously. I have read many other books on Churchill, but I am not an authority on the Middle East, period. I don't even try to be. I've read this book, and I'm doing a book review of it. I'm not purport to be an authority on the Middle East, period. So Technically, that is juridically, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire. This changed when in World War I the Ottomans supported the Germans, and from 1916 onward, Britain treated the Canal as an exclusive prize of war. After World War I, the Khedive, nominally the sovereign Sultan of Egypt, but in practice, so after World War I, the Khedive was nominally the sovereign of Egypt. So the Ottomans are out. After World War I, the Khedive nominally was the Sultan of Egypt, the ruler of Egypt. But in practice, the British treated the canal as the indoor and outdoor, or quote, swing door of the empire. And the swing door phrase was coined by Anthony Eden in 1991. Speaking of coins, Anthony Eden was on Egyptian coins at various periods because of his role as foreign minister long before the Suez Crisis. So he was famous in Egypt and across the Arab world. We'll get into a little bit more reasons why he was famous. But Eden coined the term for the canal of the swing door of empire and committed itself, that's Britain, to the defense of Egypt and Egypt's protectorate along the Upper Nile, the Sudan. Another amazing movie that people should watch. Actually, I'm not even going to get into that. Why not? Oh gosh, what's that movie? With Charlton Heston and Laurence Olivier. It's about the Sudan. Oh, good heavens. Anyways, it'll come to me. The rhythm of Egyptian politics after World War I. Elections were held, which the WAFD party, WAFD, led since 1927 by Mustafa Nahas Pasha, always won, at least to the extent of being the largest party. At intervals, Nahas was called on by the palace to become prime minister. Conflict between him and the palace would follow. The king, Faoud until 1936, his son Farouk thereafter, would choose the moment when he considered Nahas was sufficiently undermined for it to be safe to dismiss him. In 1936, when Nahas was in power following the secession of the young Farouk, the Anglo-Egyptian treaty was negotiated with Anthony Eden, the young Foreign Secretary of Britain. So Eden's role in Egypt goes back at least to 1936. Eden's treaty with Nahas, which inserted Eden's appearance on Egyptian stamps, not coins, stamps, okay, clarify that, started off with a bold simplicity reminiscent of the Constantinople Convention of 1888. The Constantinople Convention looms large here, and it was basically the treaty or agreement regarding the canal. So Article 1 of the Constantinople Convention of 1888 is, quote, Article 1, the military occupation of Egypt by the forces of His Majesty the King and Emperor is terminated. Not in reality. But that did not mean that all British troops were to go away. Quote, in view, Article 8 said, taking a deep breath, continuing the quote, of the fact that the Suez Canal, while being an integral part of Egypt, is a universal means of communication, also an essential means of communication between the different parts of the British Empire, His Majesty the King of Egypt, until such time as the high contracting parties agree that the Egyptian army is in a position to ensure by its own resources the liberty and entire security of the navigation of the canal, authorizes His Majesty the King and Emperor to station forces in the Egyptian territory in the vicinity of the canal, with a view to ensuring, in cooperation with the Egyptian forces, the defense of the canal, unquote. So the the legal treaty with respect to the canal does give Britain, well, first of all, Article 1 says its occupation of Egypt is over, but Article 8 says it has a right to naval forces and military forces to ensure the operation of the canal. So these forces, however, were to be strictly limited. These are the forces, the British forces along the canal, to a maximum of 10,000 soldiers, 400 airmen, and a certain support staffs, and to areas narrowly defined next to the canal and well away from the main centers of population. The Egyptian government undertook to build suitable barracks, which it did not do. Article 8 was scrupulous to specify that, quote, the presence of these forces shall not constitute in any manner an occupation and will in no way prejudice the sovereign rights of Egypt. So Egypt agreed to this. But there was also the alliance, Article 4 to 8, in the event of Britain being involved in war, imminent danger of war, or even apprehended international emergency, Egypt was to make her whole territory and facilities available and to enact such emergency measures as martial law and war censorship. In the Second World War, Britain took full advantage of these facilities. Oh my goodness, this is so loaded. So that was the rhythm of Egyptian politics after World War I and the signing of the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of 1936. Wait a sec. Was I quoting there from the Convention of 1888? Yes, that I was quoting there from the Convention of 1888. But the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of 1936 is another major treaty between Egypt and Britain alone. But the Constantinople Convention of 1888 was signed by 4 parties: the Ottoman Empire, Egypt, France, and Britain. But increasingly, the British seemed to enter, especially after World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire in Egypt. The main players become Britain and Egypt, although the headquarters of the Canal Company are still in Paris. During World War II, Egypt and North Africa, a major theater of war between the British and the Nazis, Britain ran up big debts defending, quote, Egypt, while simultaneously being hated by many of the Egyptian nationalists, including 24-year-old in 1942 Gamal Abdul Nasser. As Foreign Secretary, Eden, prominent in Egypt and the Middle East, was known as the Western patron of the Arab Union. His support for Arab Union stemmed from 2 speeches given 29 May 1941 and 24 February 1943. If anybody has access to those speeches, that would be fascinating. Just the background to all the different Arab countries during World War II and Britain's role and the West's role, the relationships. Of course, Israel is not a state yet in 1941 and 1943. So you'd have to say there's a relationship between Britain, France, and the Arab countries that doesn't have anything to do with Israel, because Israel doesn't exist yet. The Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of 1936. Yeah, so what did that do? entitled either country to reopen it after 10 years, and in 1946 Egypt did so. Prime Minister Clement Attlee preemptively offered to withdraw all British troops, to Churchill's disdain. This period, quote, Attlee's decision to withdraw from Abadan, I believe was an island off the coast of Iran that was a major oil processing location. Could be wrong. I will double check that because I'm going to come across that later. Attlee's decision to withdraw from Abadan had to be implemented amidst the clash and turbulence of a British general election. On 26 September, just 1 week after the Prime Minister had announced that the country was to go to the polls, the Persians ordered the final expulsion of the British staff from Abadan. On 8 October, following with uncanny rapidity, Nahas Pasha, Prime Minister of Egypt, proclaimed the abrogation of the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of 1936. Abrogation of the treaty. The only legal basis for the presence of British troops on Egyptian soil, and also the Convention of 1899. He abrogated both of these? 1899, which validated the Anglo-Egyptian condominium over Egypt's former colony in the Sudan. In the election time atmosphere, this is an important fact. So the Egyptians they abrogated the treaties, both treaties, the Convention of 1899, that was an update on the Constantinople Convention of 1888, and the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty. The Egyptians abrogated both of them in 1946 unilaterally. Does that mean it's still in effect? Who judges whether it's still in effect? We'll see here. In the election time atmosphere, the Tories and much of the popular press presented the Middle East news as cumulative evidence of Labour incompetence. The election of 1951 was Churchill's last chance of becoming Prime Minister. Almost 77 years old, he was not expected, if he won this time, to stay long at number 10. His successor had been known for a decade, since he had been recommended to the King during the Second World War as the man Churchill felt was equipped to take his place if a vacancy at the top should suddenly occur. Since then, Anthony Eden had become the Tory Crown Prince. As his expertise lay in foreign affairs, it was fortunate for him that Labour clumsiness in this field should feature so highly in the Tory campaign. Scuttle, quote, had been Churchill's reverberant word to describe what he felt about the Labour government's withdrawals. It had been used as far back as 1925 by the young Anthony Eden when he told the House that the British ought not to scuttle like flying curs at the sight of our shadow. From Iraq. Iraq is Britain's main ally, or more strong of an ally than any other Arab country, led by Nuri. Yes, Nuri as-Said. But Churchill set his stamp on it when excoriating Churchill's, insult of Labour's bailing on the oil facilities off of Persia. The British oil, I'm not sure which British oil company, was massively invested in the oil industry, particularly in Persia. So Churchill set his stamp on it when excoriating post-war policy on Egypt and Persia. Not to scuttle was a course to which the new Tory government, which came in after 25 October 1951, was in a not very convincing majority of 17 seats, was most evidently committed. So Labour was for scuttle, according to Churchill and the Conservatives, with Eden as the heir apparent was for not scuttling the empire. How the Tories in power would behave when Shinwell's prediction proved correct is the story of Suez. So, so the Tories had accused Labour of scuttle, but how did they fare when they were under the gun? When Nasser makes his move. This is the story of Suez. Anthony Eden, who under such pressing conditions of Middle Eastern crisis became for the third time, the British Foreign Secretary, was in the awkward position that when his rapid succession to the premiership was universally expected, he lacked any experience of the domestic departments of state. So who was Anthony Eden? He was the younger son of a baronet. Forgive me if I'm massacring that word. Baronet? A landowner in County Durham whose uncontrollable rages and eccentric whims could only be tolerated within the dimensions of a great house, and of a mother who was a compulsive gambler, dissipating much of the family inheritance. Interesting. Through her he was a Grey. Which family, that's Grey, which family had over generations contributed proconsuls and statesmen, including a prime minister. But Earl Grey, I believe he was the prime minister that Kyle's talking about, was a Whig prime minister, not a conservative. Anyways, after coming back from the war with an MC, this is World War I, it must be, as he put it, with my illusions intact, neither shattered nor cynical, to face a changed world. Eden went up to Oxford, so Eden served in World War I. Eden went up to Oxford to get his first in Oriental languages, Persian and Arabic, key facts here, with a view to a diplomatic career. But he allowed himself to be diverted into politics, entering Parliament for the safe seat of Warwick and Leamington in December 1923. Less than 3 years later, the young Eden, still under 30, became Parliamentary Private Secretary to the Foreign Secretary and his destiny was fixed. When in 1931 the national government was formed, Eden became Foreign Undersecretary and in 1934 Lord Privy Seal with special responsibilities for League of Nation affairs within the Foreign Office. He became known to the public at a time when flying was still thought of as something of an adventure, as a pioneer of airborne diplomacy. So he's a jet set, he's a star. Always impeccably dressed, wearing the black Homburg hat which he made fashionable. Wow, he even sets fashions. Eden was in 1934 the first British minister to visit Hitler, a dubious distinction. In 1935, he was the first to visit Stalin, another dubious distinction. In December 1935, at the age of 38, he became Foreign Secretary, not so young as the first Foreign Secretary, Charles James Fox, who was 33, but the youngest since 1851. His had been an irresistible rise. Eden is a rock star, although he's on another level than a rock star. And from Churchill's memoirs, Eden figures prominently in World War II. People need to realize this. As foreign minister during World War II, he was, in Moscow, in Washington, and for the key summits between Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin, Anthony Eden was always there, along with Molotov of the foreign secretary of the Soviet Union. So the Eden has a background in 1956 that's impressive, but is it going to impress Nasser and the Egyptian people? So, chapter 2, Israel. Loaded is the word. Loaded is the word. Thank heavens I'm not an expert on the Middle East. I'm just reviewing this book. And if people, obviously what's going on right now in November 2023, well, let people make their own connections. This is its own event that I'm looking at. So Israel, the background to the new Israeli state. One matter about which Churchill and Eden could not agree during the Second World War was whether at the end of it to proclaim a small Jewish state within Palestine, over which Britain had exercised since 1923 a League of Nations mandate. A cabinet committee had proposed it. Churchill, who called himself a Zionist, had backed it. The War Cabinet had endorsed it in principle. Now, I should say that I know from reading, I'm not sure which book on Churchill or if that's related in his memoirs, I can't recall, but Kyle says that Churchill called himself a Zionist, perhaps at this point in 1923. However, Churchill had a close friend who was assassinated by Israeli extremists. I believe it was during World War II or after, certainly before 1956, but this man was assassinated, I believe, in Cairo, and he was a really close friend of Churchill's, and that really hit Churchill hard. So, not to say he became anti-Israeli after that, but if Kyle's probably accurate, he probably is in relating that Churchill called himself a Zionist in 1923. However, to say that situation is complicated is obviously the understatement of all time. But still, Churchill at no point, from my recollection, did he ever turn anti-Israeli. But the situation is complicated. Churchill, who called himself a Zionist, had backed it. That is, to allow a small Jewish state within Palestine. The War Cabinet had endorsed it in principle. So the World War II War Cabinet in Britain had endorsed the idea in principle. It would have been a very small state indeed, only a little more besides a coastal strip, and even then needing to include several overwhelmingly Arab areas. It should be proclaimed at the moment of victory in Europe, when everyone was looking the other way, and to distract Arab attention. A large new Arab state would be proclaimed at the same time. Now, the British ended up with control of what is now Israel and Syria, or parts of Syria, as well as its role has already been, its integrated role has already been described in Egypt. But Britain, how it got into Palestine was, watch Lawrence of Arabia. fighting the Ottoman Empire, who was Germany's ally in World War I. So it's extremely complicated. But this is saying that during World War II, the British War Cabinet endorsed the idea of a Jewish state in principle. Obviously, the Holocaust and the events of World War II influenced that thinking. Obviously. But they were going to proclaim a large new Arab state, quote, Greater Syria, at the same time. But Eden was against it from the outset. So Eden has an education in Oriental languages. I believe he spoke Arabic. So he knew a lot, or more, probably more than Churchill, although few people knew more than Churchill. But Eden is a specialist on the Arab world. But Eden was against it. This is significant. Eden was against a small Jewish state being established. He listed, quote, no fewer than 4 major errors, unquote, in the Cabinet Committee's reasoning, warning that, quote, the protracted and costly, maybe disastrous, resistance which I anticipate will be aroused will be headed by leaders as yet unknown, the potential Titos of the Arab world, unquote. It's prophetic, at least referring to Nasser, although not to mention numerous others. And then he finds himself cast in this struggle with Nasser in 1956. But during World War II, he said it wasn't a good idea. He was not in favor of establishing a Jewish state because he thought it would give rise to Titos of the Arab world. Wow, that's prophetic. He was right. He was absolutely right. And yet he's, in 1956, he's prime minister who has to deal with it. If the cabinet persists with partition, that is of Palestine, the prospect was of, quote, losing to America our preeminence in a part of the world which is of great importance to us. Now, how did he foresee that? Eden asserts that allowing a Jewish state or the partition of Palestine would cause Britain to lose to America. Perhaps he's referring to the Jewish lobby in the United States. But you'd have to say from this statement that he is pretty pro-Arab. He's not in favor of the establishment of a Jewish state. That's a very important point. Sovereignty and unlimited immigration being the Zionist requirements, their position and that of Britain, and especially of Bevan, oh gosh, Bevan, it's Bevan's labor something or other. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on everything. Well, Bevan was a socialist in Britain, but that might be another Bevan. Sovereignty and unlimited immigration being the Zionist requirements, their position and that of Britain, and especially of Bevan personally, were on a collision course. Massive civil disobedience, especially to the immigration laws, was organized by the mainstream Jewish organization in Palestine, headed by David Ben-Gurion. So the British were trying to restrict immigration, but obviously the Jewish people who had a beachhead in Palestine were not in favor of restrictions on immigration. So massive civil disobedience, especially to the immigration laws, was organized by the mainstream Jewish organizations in Palestine headed by Ben-Gurion. While terrorist action against British rule was the work of minority, quote, dissident groups, so it's not that the majority in Israel were extremists who killed that friend of Churchill's. But while terrorist action against British rule, this is by Israeli terrorists, against British rule was the work of minority, quote, dissident groups, mainly the IRGUN, led by Menachem Begin and Shamir Lehi, known to the British as the Stern Gang. The Stern Gang. Dramatic scenes involving European displaced persons, the pathetic survivors of the Holocaust, were acted out on the amplified screens of American media. That's kind of a harsh comment by Kyle. The pathetic survivors of the Holocaust? Oh, what kind of I have to say, stupid comment that is. Now, of course, Kyle is a labor supporter. His credentials as a journalist for The Economist should endow him with, a hallowed objectivity. Alas, although as an historian, a journalist as an historian, a journalist does have a little bit more subjectivity allowed than a historian, but his comments here about the survivors of the Holocaust, I have to say, is rather stupid. There was attributed to him at the time, this is Bevan in Israeli scholarship, there was attributed to him at the time an implacable determination to do the Jews down, and even Churchill, who admired Bevan's sterling performance in office generally, referred in later minutes to his anti-Semitism, a characteristic for which there is little biographical support. It was, therefore, in no mood of gratitude to Britain that Ben-Gurion proclaimed the sovereign independence of the State of Israel, while carefully avoiding mention of any boundaries, on 14 May 1948, a massive date. 14 May 1948, the Declaration of the State of Israel. Just a few hours before the mandatory power, capital M, capital P, silently disappeared with no handover. British statesmanship over Palestine may have appeared broken-backed and unconstructive, given the problem to the UN when London had found it insoluble, criticizing the partition plan which the UN produced, and then sulkily harassing all efforts at its implementation. So a British statesmanship over Palestine is, at least in the case of Eden, is for advocating not for a Jewish state, although Churchill is described as a Zionist at least earlier on in 1923. So there's some differences of opinion at least in the Conservative Party. And Kyle describes British resistance to the UN partition plan. For the UN was in favor of allowing the State of Israel, it sounds like at this point. So Britain is against partition, the UN is for partition. But there was a kind of shaky and obtuse consistency behind the British moves. Not even that could be said for what the United States produced. It's kind of an insulting comment by Kyle towards the US in the Middle East. She supported the partition of Palestine. So Britain, at least Eden, against the partition of Palestine, the UN in favor of the partition, the US in favor of partition. American propaganda contributed mightily to the air of an unstoppable momentum behind this solution. and the arm twisting by Americans with powerful connections went a long way to ensure the two-thirds votes of the General Assembly that on 29 November 1947 endorsed the setting up of a Jewish state and an Arab state linked together by an economic union. So the UN declaration on 29 November 1947 was for a dual state, which was a two-thirds majority vote of the General Assembly. These are important facts. But within the administration, that is the American administration, there was not the steady commitment to the Jewish state to match that of the Soviet Union, which saw in the Zionist cause the surest available instrument for breaking up the British Empire in the Middle East. Oh my goodness, this is so complicated. It's just unbelievable. The Soviet Union is jealous of the British Empire in the Middle East. What do they care about? So they're for a Jewish state solely to spite the British because the British didn't want it? They thought it would undermine the British connections with the Arab states and possibly India. I'll relate a little anecdote here. I was reading this everywhere. I read this book at a coffee shop. Somebody comes over to me and is intrigued by why I'm reading this. I was sitting at a coffee shop in Vancouver here, and 4 or 5, it was 2 couples and then another man of elderly Indian people came up to me and were fascinated that I was reading this book. The one guy was very knowledgeable about Nasser and Eden, and they were just completely intrigued that I was reading this book. And then another man that I talked to was a former British, and he's an old man, and he told me he had been stationed in the Middle East at some point. So I've this book, this subject, the Suez Canal, touches on and the crisis and all of these relationships. We've got the Soviet Union, the British Empire, the establishment of the Jewish state, Egypt, the Ottoman Empire. Good heavens, this is unbelievable. And we're just getting started. The American State Department reproached the Jews for having told them that once the assembly had spoken, that is the UN General Assembly, it would be grumpily but respectfully obeyed. The British, who knew better, this is Kyle's, even though he's a Labour supporter, he is that cutting British insinuation there. The British, who knew better, neither took part in the vote nor assisted the UN in any way. These are major facts, and I have to say people must have forgotten. I've read this book, and I'm having to be refreshed about this. The UN, or the British, took no part in the UN vote on the establishment of Israel. Did they vote against it? I'm writing that down as another fact I'm going to research here. Did the British vote for that in the end? Yeah, so the British neither took part in the vote nor assisted the UN in any way. That would be to take sides in the Middle East, they said, and moreover to take the opposite side to that of their military allies, Egypt, Jordan, and Iraq. So Britain significantly more pro-Arab than, well, it's significantly pro-Arab here. This is, well, of course, there's different opinions probably in the British government and in the Labour Party, but these are interesting facts. Um, so the first Arab-Israeli War, 1948. So when Ben Gurion declared the sovereign state of Israel on 14 May 1948, I believe the surrounding Arab countries declared war. So this is the first Arab-Israeli War, 1948. The initiator of hostilities was Iraq. Besides Egypt, the other potential center of leadership in the Arab world. King Farouk of Egypt gave the order for Egypt to attack Israel. Who was in the Egyptian forces advancing? Gamal Abdul Nasser. Israel, the victor of the war, doubling the number of Arab refugees and increasing the size of Israel well beyond the UN boundaries. Oh my goodness, this is so complicated. I'm just relating the facts here, the historical facts. The British had been the Arab ally, but with the declaration of war on Israel, Britain left Arab states to their own military resources. Oh my goodness, this is so unbelievably complicated. Nasser fought Israelis and was among 4,000 of the Egyptian expeditionary force surrounded at Fallujah. Fallujah is, I believe, in the West Bank, or let's see. So he was quite far up there. Wait a sec. Oh no, it's not in the West Bank. It's situated 30 kilometers northeast of Gaza. Gaza. Haven't heard that word recently. So Nasser was in first Arab-Israeli War in 1948, and was in the Egyptian Expeditionary Force and was surrounded at Fallujah. The force was surrounded at Fallujah. But Britain, citing her obligations under the very alliance with Egypt, which Egypt was so anxious to see abrogated. Oh my goodness. So Egypt abrogated those two treaties, the majorly important convention of 1888 for this subject, majorly important, the Suez Crisis, and the British Egyptian Treaty of 1936. Egypt abrogated that unilaterally. So, do you have the right to, or is it divorce in effect when one person wants a divorce? No, they have to. There has to be some agreement of a divorce, or legally speaking. Probably the same applies to treaties, but anyways, Britain, citing her obligations under the very alliance which Egypt was so anxious to see abrogated, sent an ultimatum to Israel, delivered and orally reinforced by the Americans. Ben Gurion, feeling he had gone too far, ordered a total immediate withdrawal from Egyptian soil. So this is a Britain. So during the Arab-Israeli War, 1948, looks like Israel occupied parts of Sinai and possibly Gaza. But Britain had a treaty with Egypt, the defense treaty. Well, that was one part of the treaty, and so it said that Britain, citing her obligations in the alliance, sent an ultimatum to Israel, delivered and orally reinforced by the Americans. Ben Gurion, feeling he had gone too far, ordered a total immediate withdrawal from Egyptian soil. Even this rebuff was accepted in cheeky fashion. Bevin arranged personally for 5 RAF reconnaissance planes to see if the Israelis had gone. The Israelis shot them all down and then dragged parts of the wreckage over to their side of the international border to show that they had been intruding. Good heavens, people do not know this stuff. A final ceasefire between Egypt and Israel on 7 January 1949 was followed by a general armistice agreement between them negotiated by Ralph Bunche at the UN headquarters on Rhodes. Rhodes? In Greece? An armistice demarcation line which reflected the military status quo was laid down, which was not considered, quote, not to be considered in any sense as a political or territorial boundary. A considerable zone on either side of Al-Uja, the main invasion route into Sinai or into Palestine, was to be demilitarized. So the fall of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War determined that on 7 January 1949, the ceasefire between Egypt and Israel on 7 January 1949 was followed by a general armistice agreement negotiated at UN headquarters on Rhodes. This is where is this where the Gaza Strip gets demarcated? In the southwestern border of Israel and Egypt? So both Egypt and Israel agreed to these borders. That seems to be a fact here. The General Armistice Agreement, 1949. An armistice demarcation line which reflected the military status quo. So these borders were determined by where each respective side's tanks were at the cessation of the war, was laid down, which was, quote, not to be considered in any sense a political or territorial boundary. Oh, what? So what's this agreement? What is this agreement? It's not binding? A considerable zone, it's just a temporary truce, perhaps? A considerable zone on either side of Al-Uja, the main invasion route into Sinai, was to be demilitarized. A United Nations Truce Supervision Organization, an UNTSO, was to have freedom to operate on both sides of the line. So there's a UN presence here, starting in 1949, a sort of neutral zone between Egypt and Israel. The agreement was never intended to last forever. Its purpose was to, quote, facilitate the transition from the present truce to permanent peace in Palestine. Permanent peace in Palestine. A little over-optimistic, possibly? So, oh boy, well, I'm not going to get into that. This is mentioning Gaza, and I'm going to deal with that later, because I'm dealing with the Suez Crisis here. And all this is just background to the Suez Crisis, necessary background. So this is 1949. The British election of 1941 won by the Conservatives. Churchill returned as Prime Minister and Eden as Foreign Secretary. Eden, the heir apparent. Eden's pre-Suez biographer is William Rees-Mogg, father of the current British Conservative politician and cabinet minister, I believe. Jacob Rees-Mogg, there's an interesting fact. Eden achieved a run of diplomatic successes. This is in 1951, to add to the other feathers in his cap from the 1930s and 1940s. Eden achieved a run of diplomatic successes in West Germany, the Sudan, and Indochina, that's Vietnam, the later costing him in respect to his reputation in the US. Okay, so that's an important fact that applies to the Suez Crisis. Because whatever Eden had some success in Vietnam, and the Americans were apparently already, well, the Americans were in the South Pacific at the end of World War II, so they were, anyways, this struck a wrong note with the US, particularly U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles. More so than Churchill, Eden was of the opinion that Britain should not allow an alliance with America to turn to subservience. Eden thought for himself. You have to give him that. I mean, Churchill was such a gigantic brain and personality. It says something about Eden that he did have his own opinions. I need to get a liquid refreshment here. Indulge in some chocolate milk here. Cheers. I can't help it here. Just reading on the page that I have open, a little teaser. Not being, joking around too much about a very serious situation currently, but just my eye glances over. The real ulcer of Egyptian-Israeli relations was, however, to be Gaza. This is referring to 1949. Oh my goodness. So, the Conservatives are newly in power in 1951. When the Conservatives took power, the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt stirred up a ferocious guerrilla war along the Canal zone. Oh boy. The British responded with force and thus degenerated into a series of riots in Cairo. Goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so is this right during the transfer of power after the election, the British election? This happened? The Labour government's orders to send in reinforcements were confirmed until over 80,000 troops were tied down, doing no more than protect themselves. 80,000 troops? Holy smoke. The Egyptian army stood aside, but the local civilian authorities, including the police, were hostile. So let's not just say that Egypt is some simplistic block of people. The Egyptian army stood aside. So you've got, from my understanding of certain Arab countries, they're not all the same, heaven knows. You've got the, we'll say here, internationalist, or at least allied with Britain, Egyptian government, including the army. You've got, that's one group. You've got the Muslim Brotherhood, who the Egyptian army stands down and lets the British hammer them. Apparently that's what this is saying here. So you've got different elements to Egyptian society. It's not just Britain versus Egypt, or you've got different groups with different opinions within British society, within Egyptian society, within Israeli society. Heaven knows within American society, within Canadian society, and we'll get in. Well, I won't even begin to get into the Canadian dynamics. We're a very minor player in this story, but still a player actually. 90% of the 60,000 strong Egyptian labor force employed by the British went on strike. These are big numbers. Britain is deeply integrated in Egypt. Workers had to be imported from Cyprus and Mauritius. The Royal Navy had to help the Canal Company to keep the canal traffic moving. Yeah, all this time you've got the main artery of trade between Asia and Europe continuing to go here, or not. The stakes are massive. So the Royal Navy had to help the Canal Company to keep the canal traffic moving, giving rise to the Egyptian accusation, this is certain segments of Egyptian society, that the Canal Company was departing from political neutrality. On 25 January 1952, the British Army ordered the surrender of the police barracks at Ismailia, where the 100 regular police had been reinforced by nearly 7 times the number of armed auxiliaries. Okay, so auxiliaries, who are those? Muslim Brotherhood? I don't think those are government forces. Nope. Check. Correction. This is armed auxiliaries of the Egyptian government. So the Egyptian government seemed to have changed opinions when the Royal Navy got involved. What started as a Muslim Brotherhood guerrilla war and riots in Cairo, where the Egyptian government initially posed, now they're allowing auxiliary troops, Egyptian auxiliary troops, to reinforce a police barrack. So there's now the Egyptian government and British government are getting at odds here. On the direct orders of the Minister of the Interior in Cairo, the Ismailia police put up hours of fierce and sustained resistance, surrendering only in the evening when 46 of their number had been killed. Holy smoke, 46 killed in 1951. This in turn provoked an immediate reaction the next day in Cairo. Large mobs burst upon and set fire to British-owned and other foreign-seeming buildings in the center of the city. European-style bars and restaurants owned by Italians, Greeks, and Jews, the British Council, where the council representative was killed, and mostly bloodily, the Turf Club, where 9 guests, including the Canadian trade representative, perished. Oh boy, I didn't know that. So this is breaking out into a major anti-European war. This is not just the British. The Egyptian large mobs burst in and destroy anything Western. In the morning of 23 July, Colonel Anwar Sadat appeared on the radio and proclaimed the revolution. Okay, so this is developing into a revolution. Its declared leader was General Mohammed Naguib, a popular avuncular figure of Sudanese origin, who was known to have been at odds with the court. So the court was more pro-British than the elements of the armed forces. But it was clear from the outset that the long-run conspiracy had been in the hands of a younger group of colonels, majors, and their equivalents in the Air Force known as the Free Officers. What was not at all clear at first was who among that group was preeminent. There were 3 days of uncertainty, days during which the British Army in the Canal Zone, which had been often thought of as Farouk's ultimate guarantor, did not raise a finger to safeguard his throne. Is the Labour Party in power still here? I think so. Ahmed Mortada al-Magharaghi, the Minister of the Interior, who was to play a shadowy role later on during the Suez conflict, returned from Alexandria to Cairo to arrange an accommodation with the new rulers. On 26 July, the king abdicated and left on his yacht after installing Ali Maher as prime minister. The monarchy was for a time preserved with a three-man council of regency, including Prince Abdul Monheim, the son of one-time heir apparent of the last Khedive deposed in 1914, to rule in the name of Farouk's baby son. At first, the free officers exercised their new power only through the Revolutionary Command Council. Within 6 months, Naguib himself had replaced Ali Maher as prime minister, and in March 1953 the monarchy was ended and Naguib became president. This is the history of the revolution that saw the monarchy in Egypt booted and a military dictatorship. I mean, this is basically a military coup or a revolution. It started with the Muslim Brotherhood, but then took on officers in the Egyptian armed forces who became the new government, of which Nasser was one of the leaders. So this is 1951. No, 1953. We're getting close to the year of the Suez Crisis, 1956. Well, but like this wasn't a crisis? Look at how long this has been going on for. Eisenhower wins the 1952 U.S. presidential election. Kyle judges that, quote, Eisenhower had a considerable grasp of international affairs. Or you think he was like the main supreme Allied commander in World War II in Europe? That's an understatement by Kyle. Eisenhower had a considerable grasp of international affairs. Oh, really? And pronounced views. Eisenhower set a framework, but within it, Dulles' assiduous application, his talent for draftsmanship, his penchant for conceptual formulation, and above all, the trust which the president came to rest in his judgment, made him a very powerful force. So Dulles is a major character in this drama. And I have to admit that it's hard for me not to get confused that John Foster Dulles is the Secretary of State, and I believe his brother was head of the CIA, but Allen Dulles, I believe, but it's hard for me not to get them confused. But Secretary of State Dulles is a major figure in the Suez Crisis. Dulles, a leading international lawyer. Churchill's assessment of Dulles is going to be interesting. So this is Churchill. After he had met him for the first time in Washington in January 1953, the aged premier went off to bed muttering that he wished to have no more to do with a man whose, quote, great slab of a face, unquote, he disliked and distrusted. This was not a passing thought. 6 months later, Churchill was remarking to his doctor that Dulles was, quote, clever enough to be stupid on a rather large scale, unquote. Oh, I love Churchill. Who doesn't like Churchill? I mean, Hitler? You know, well, that's a compliment. Okay, so good. There's more Churchill on Dulles here. Dulles' relations with Eden, one prima donna with another, but of a different type, were to be of critical importance at the time of Suez. Lord Sherfield, who as Sir Roger Macken's was British ambassador in Washington. Throughout Eisenhower's first term and knew both men well, says the difference sprang from the fact that Dulles was a thinker who needed time to develop his thoughts, whereas Eden was intuitive. All right. Intuitive. All right, I'll take that Just put that in your pipe and smoke it. He lost patience with Dulles' monologues and would himself make throwaway remarks which Dulles would seldom catch. This is getting. Now I'm gonna point this out right here because this is bringing this out. The American and the Englishman is a very interesting relational dynamic. And as a Canadian, British people, Canadians have a perspective on this. I'm just going to leave it at that for now, and we'll see that this is coming out. What does Dulles think of Eden? This extremely cultured, aristocratic Englishman? I'll leave it to your own imaginations what an American would think of that. Yeah. So, now what does Eden think of Dulles? He lost patience with Dulles' monologues and would himself make throwaway remarks which Dulles would seldom catch. Evelyn Shuckburgh, who served Eden first as private secretary and then as assistant undersecretary in charge of the Middle East, a man of musical taste, thought that Eden and Dulles were like, quote, like two lute strings whose vibrations never coincide. The tempo of their minds was not in harmony, unquote. But Eden had not got on well with Dean Acheson, Dulles' Democratic predecessor, either. Well, Canadians have a certain perspective on American-British relations. But Eden had not got on well with Dulles' Democratic predecessor, either. Apart from quirks of personality, the situation of the two countries made for a friction that had, for compelling reason, to be dressed up as harmony. There's just so much in these relationships. It's so there's so even one of these relationships between England and America. I mean, this event is bringing up. You can see why everybody, no matter their background, comes up to me when I'm reading this book and legitimately has an opinion from their own cultural perspective. It seems to bring in everybody in the entire world. So let's get more into Nasser here. We've touched on Eden, Dulles. So the Dulles family, you have to, there's a reason why there's an airport in Washington, D.C. named after. I'd be interested to know if it was named after Secretary of State Dulles or, his brother Allen Dulles, director of the CIA. Very influential family. The CIA was heavily involved in Egypt. Oh boy. Nasser was the CIA's preferred candidate for Egyptian president. I won't even try to dissect the reasons for that. But is that an anti-British strain? Nasser rising in prominence. At a public meeting, 26 October 1954, he remained calm as a cucumber when 8 shots rang out. I think this is Muslim Brotherhood, which gets into the dynamics in the Arab countries. The leaders are often not Muslim extremists. We have to realize that, but they have this social element in their societies that they have to deal with. So here, Nasser remains cool as a cucumber when 8 shots ring out. at a public meeting. Subsequently, he used the incident to execute 6 members of the Muslim Brotherhood. So it was a Muslim Brotherhood. You know, compare this to Canada or the United States. This is a different society. Nasser, not a small thinker. Despite accusations of egoism, his loosely autobiographical book, The Philosophy of the Revolution, discoursed on the rise of the Arab world in connection to oil and of Cairo as its natural metropolis. The responsibility of Egypt to spread civilization, quote, civilization to the remotest depths of the jungle, unquote, in Africa, casting Egypt in the role of a hero in a larger macro drama whose time had come. Nasser, a very interesting individual, like Eden. Was Eden's mother wasted their fortune gambling? This is a very interesting people. Assistant Undersecretary of State at the Foreign Office for the Middle East, Evelyn Schuckberg, let's remember that name, wrote after meeting Nasser, quote, Nasser has shown himself to be a man of courage, capable of leading rather than following public opinion, unquote. The British they have long experience in the Arab world, as do the French, but it's not to say they're an authority on it, but they're not anti-Arab here so far. We're getting that idea or that feeling. The old school of Arab leaders, in stark contrast to Nasser, is the political leader of Iraq, General Nuri as-Said. Okay, so we're getting a comparison of different Arab rulers here. Nasser attempted to forge pan-Arab unity by means of the Arab League and a meeting of Arab prime ministers in February 1955. So Nasser's already in the driver's seat. It's not described where he takes over from Naguib, but he's obviously calling the shots here, February 1955. Whereas the Iraqi leader Nuri went in a different direction, Iraq being a rival of Egypt for Arab leadership, and signed a treaty with European-leaning Turkey. Following this snub to Nasser, Eden and Nasser met for the sole time, where that picture is from in 1955. Oh gosh, I'll show it one more time for effect's sake to these two individuals. Merciful heavens. Oh my goodness, why can't I look at that picture? There we go. That transport us here. Following the snub to Nasser by Iraq and Turkey, Eden and Nasser met for the sole time. Not an auspicious time to meet. 20 February 1955 in Cairo. An interesting dinner, end quote. Oh boy, I want to hear what. It's been a fly on the wall, this conversation. Eden speaks Arabic. Okay. Eden greeted his chief guest in Arabic, which seemed to have surprised Nasser and perhaps disconcerted him. Eden asked him whether this was the first time that Nasser had been in the embassy. Nasser said it was. He was interested, he said, to see the place from which Egypt had been governed. Not governed, Eden demurred lightly. Advised, perhaps. There was a photo opportunity, and Nasser seized Eden's hand and clawed it rather awkwardly in a gesture of amiability. So Nasser is definitely a nationalist. You can hear the insinuations in what he says here. They went into dinner and the serious talk of the evening. There are two recently available accounts of this occasion, the Foreign Office record accessible since 1987 and the account published in 1986 in, quote, The Cutting the Lion's Tail by Mohammed Heikel, who was not an eyewitness but who was in close touch with those on the Egyptian side who were. Well, if he wasn't an eyewitness, I don't see how that's exactly an authoritative source, but the Foreign Office record accessible since 1987 of this dinner. This differs in some respects from an earlier version by Heikel in Nasser, the Cairo documents, but he wasn't an eyewitness. Eden sought to flatter Nasser by offering him what he described as the same presentation about the nature of the military threat in the Middle East as had been made to the Commonwealth Prime Ministers who had recently met in London. I'm not sure how that flatters him, but nuclear weapons would indeed be used against a Russian military threat to the south, but this did not remove, as Nasser seemed to suppose, the need to be met, the need to be able to resist with conventional weapons. Oh boy, these are high stakes here. In reply, Colonel Nasser expounded his own geopolitical doctrine, which stressed above all the primacy of the internal front. This, he said, in a world of ideological war, supplied the element of defense in depth. The Arab peoples, including himself, all had a complex about fear of foreign domination, especially domination disguised as area defense. For that reason, pacts with outside powers were abhorrent to them. This is all very important information. Nasser is presenting the Arab perspective. He says that the Arab peoples, including himself, all had a complex about fear of foreign domination, especially domination disguised as area defense. For that reason, pacts with outside powers were abhorrent to them. And yet, Egypt had had an agreement with Britain for 60 years, 70 years? 70 years by this point. So he's of a certain opinion in one Arab society. For example, Nuri of Iraq didn't consider having alliances as a bad thing for his country. Nasser is a very ethnic Arab nationalist, or ethnic nationalist, who doesn't want any European involvement in the Middle East. And he tells Eden that up front here at this dinner. This led the Egyptian Prime Minister onto the subject of the impending pact between Iraq and Turkey. Quote, a mere handful of people in Baghdad, unquote, were behind it. It would do Britain no good at all. It was not Egyptian propaganda that had started the opposition to the agreement. The trouble had sprung out of the ground. When Eden asked what was wrong with Iraq having a link with Turkey when there was a Turkey clause in Egypt's own agreement with Britain, Nasser said that he had accepted that clause only to avoid a breakdown. It is unlikely that he believed Eden's perfectly true observation that the British government had been as much surprised by the speed of the Turks and Iraqis as the Egyptians themselves. In a climate set by the imminence of the signature in Baghdad, this is what's looming over this dinner, Eden decided not to introduce the substance of alpha, and I'll get into what capital A alpha is, to the extent that Dulles had hoped that had been anticipated in the Foreign Office brief. He did, however, say that Egypt was the only Arab state in a position to move towards settlement with Israel. Nasser replied mildly that it was a matter of timing. No solution was to be found in partial settlements. The frontier problems were on their own insoluble and could only be dealt with in the context of a comprehensive settlement, including the future of the Palestinian refugees. Eden agreed and expressed his desire to be of help. Some years later, after the Suez conflict, Nasser, in a television interview, quoted himself as having said, so this is primary information, this is Nasser himself saying this decades later. Nasser, in a television interview, quoted himself as having said that Eden had behaved as if he had been, quote, a prince among beggars. So this is Nasser's perspective and worldview here. And in his earlier book, Heiko makes this the main theme of the encounter, as if Eden had been condescending throughout. Cutting the Lion's Tail treats Nasser's remark as an aside made in amused astonishment in response to the evening dress worn by the British party, for which part of the time included ladies. So this is Nasser's Prince Among Beggars quote. And that is a quote from Nasser in this television interview. This seems more likely since Eden was naturally, so it was an amused. So this book is saying that this remark is that Eden behaved like a prince among beggars, that Nasser made this amusedly in response to the evening dress worn by the British party. So that tempers maybe our understanding of his worldview, but in the earlier initial relation here of what Nasser said at this dinner, the Arab peoples, including himself, all had a complex about fear of foreign domination. For that reason, pacts with outside powers are abhorrent to them. He does not have a positive view of the British. Despite the fact that Eden speaks Arabic and is pro-Arab to the extent of not having advocated for a separate Jewish state, this doesn't appear to mean anything to Nasser. Whatever became true later, it seems doubtful if Nasser in 1955 clearly regarded Eden as a personification of all he disliked in the British, as Eden's authorized biographer Robert Rhodes James suggests. Heiko says that Nasser felt the occasion had been a useful one, and that Eden was the sort of person with whom it might be possible to do business. And the British official account concludes that, quote, the spirit, this is the Foreign Office record, so this is a primary source. The British official account concludes that, quote, the spirit of the discussion was friendly and frank throughout, and the Egyptian Prime Minister referred repeatedly to the great improvement in Anglo-Egyptian relations, unquote. So the British account is neutral, or the spirit of the discussion was friendly and frank. But Nasser, well, I related the facts of this important meeting, the only meeting between Nasser and Eden. You can see Kyle is very well researched. Whatever other, let's give him that. So Eden's authorized biographer is Robert Rhodes James, Anthony Eden, published 1986. Anybody wants to read the authorized biography by Robert Rhodes James. 6 April 1955, Eden replaces Churchill as Prime Minister. Called an election and won handsomely. A Canadian is struck by the brutal negativity of British political discourse. See, I've got to back that up here. The famed brutal British political negativity immediately applied here by Kyle upon Eden assuming office. Okay, so I've got some quotes to back up this assertion of mine. So Kyle says about Eden when he becomes Prime Minister, he became obsessive about not appearing to dither. I mean, that's a pretty critical, hair-splitting observation. Kyle goes on, there was another contrast too between the debonair good manners and unruffled charm for which Sir Anthony Eden was renowned. The debonair good manners and unruffled charm, this is something of Eden's personality being related here, was renowned, and which epitomized his diplomatic fame and the intense rages into which he was liable to break out in the privacy of his immediate staff. So Kyle is giving us the dirt on Eden, or giving us a critical. Why is he's just laying into Eden as soon as he becomes Prime Minister? This is Kyle. The other problem of Eden's premiership was his health. So he's got right off the bat, he's got a negative view of Eden as Prime Minister. I don't really know why. Maybe, is it because he's a Labour supporter? But I mean, it's just brutal. He goes on to say that Kyle picks apart Eden minutely, negatively, as if he's trying to undermine his reputation or our historical judgment of him. Why? What there's some kind of an assumption of here, and this is something in British political culture here. Extremely negative, just picking apart of Eden. This disrespectful attitude also furtively flashed towards Churchill during his premierships, steps with Eden's nitpickers like Kyle into full light, personified by Macmillan. This is my comment. I've got to back these comments up here. You know, it's the Labour Party was anti-empire, and when the Conservatives under Churchill and Eden here are sticking to their guns, literally, it results in an extremely combative political environment in Britain. That's what's going on here. For example, 2 months in, the Prime Minister is insulted. Is slagged by certain civil servants and Macmillan. Macmillan is the Chancellor of the Exchequer in Eden's government and has a long career and is an important player in this drama. So we shall see. Harold Macmillan. So there's accusations of aggression against Saudi Arabia ascribed to Eden. So he can do no right as soon as he becomes prime minister. Churchill would have fired back with insults twice as insulting. But Eden, well, we're learning about Eden's personality. Debonair, I believe, was the word. Looks like a really nice guy, frankly. Okay, I got a quote here. The desk officers, this is the civil servants, strove to reason with number 10, and Macmillan commented, I think we have to bear in mind that Egypt must be an important factor in any Middle East defense system. We also need Nasser's cooperation with Alpha. I've got to describe what Alpha is. Got it somewhere here, but I'm going to jump the gun. And so Alpha towards the end of 1954, following the signature of the Suez Base Agreement, Eden took two major Middle Eastern initiatives, the one in public, the other hidden in deepest secrecy. The first was designed to pursue the idea, first ventilated by Dulles, of a Western defensive system that accepting Egypt's self-exclusion would be based on the northern tier of states. Iraq and Turkey, they're trying to build up some kind of a peaceful structure or relationships between states in the Middle East, something that's, in case you haven't noticed, is ongoing. The second was to build, this is Eden's second priority when they get in again in 1951, I believe, when he becomes prime minister. Second priority was to build on Nutting's conversation with Nasser so as to produce a permanent solution to the problem of Palestine. This is Eden's second priority, way back then. The second was known as Alpha. So Alpha is the British and American, because Dulles is deeply involved, just as much involved with Eden here, in trying to figure out a solution to the Jewish Arab-Palestinian question. This is codenamed Alpha by both the Americans and British. So the desk officers strove to reason with number 10, and Macmillan commented, I think we have to bear in mind that Egypt must be an important factor in any Middle East defense system. We also need Nasser's cooperation for Alpha. Yeah, really? You think so? Miles Copeland, a CIA alumnus, quote unquote, working in Cairo for consultants, a dubious occupation. That's my insertion there. Wrote a book called The Game of Nations, probably an interesting read, particularly for anyone who likes the spy genre. Describes how he and Colonel Kim Roosevelt, grandson of Teddy Roosevelt, were present with and advising Nasser upon the night of Sir Humphrey Trevelyan's visit with Nasser, 26 September 1955. So, Sir Humphrey Trevelyan. Eden had met Nasser in February 1955. Sir Humphrey Trevelyan British ambassador to Egypt. So the CIA is advising Nasser behind the British's back? Dulles must have known about this. What are the Americans doing you gotta ask yourself. Still, this is high stakes spy affair. Surprised they haven't made a movie out of that. Wouldn't that be better if they made movies about this stuff instead of actually fighting? Why doesn't somebody from Hollywood pitch that idea to the Arabs and Israelis? Let's just take it to the fictional realm. Anyways, to this point in this book, this is Kyle's book, an assumption hangs over everything. I alluded to it earlier. Eden made a mistake in sending troops in during the Suez Crisis. This is a major assumption, if not. Kyle has a hypothesis in this book, but this is more of an assumption that he just exudes. He doesn't. It's not really the central hypothesis. But thus far, no facts or persuasive arguments to back that narrative up. Bizarre. There's this negative assumption that Eden is an idiot, and there's somewhere here where he calls him spineless, just incredibly negative right off the bat. It's like he hasn't done anything yet, and he's bungling. What's the word? He became obsessive about not appearing to dither. Is that really what's going on, or is that somebody being hypercritical of somebody? From a political perspective, likely? An internal British political perspective? The tendency is marked in partisan politics to be subjective, to lie. This is my observation. But this is a no-no for an historian. So there's a comment as a book reviewer here. For example, Kyle inserts an adjective without qualifying it, without backing it up with evidence. Quote, page 89. So he says, the new leader, that's probably Eden, did not wait for the New Year recess to be over before moving in to challenge a maladroit government right down the line, including, to its surprise, on foreign policy. No, this he's describing Attlee. Oh, wait, no. So the new Labour leader is Hugh Gaitskell, having taken over from the superannuated Clement Attlee. The new leader did not wait for a New Year's recess to be over before moving in to challenge a maladroit government. As a historian, he should be saying to challenge the new government. He should be not inserting a maladroit government. He's inserting an adjective there that's creating a whole assumption. Where's the evidence that it's maladroit? Again, this hypercritical, morbidly so, British political characteristic, incredibly cutting, critical. For example, characterizing Eden as spineless, page 89. So, Eden's quoting some man named Henry Farley, no relation to Chris Farley, I don't think, was writing at the end of December, quote, the almost unbelievable series of mistakes which the government has committed, unquote. Is this an objective opinion? And of the, quote, terrifying lack of authority at the top, unquote. This is so negative. Much the most telling attack came in the Daily Telegraph, the favorite paper of many conservatives. And some of the conservatives start to turn on Eden. On 3 January 1956, in a signed article by its very reputable deputy editor, Donald McClacklin, he asked, quote, why are the men who triumphed at the polls last May now under a cloud of disfavor with their supporters? These are subjective comments. Where's the evidence for this? By way of reply, By the way, it's Remembrance Day coming up here in Canada. That's why I'm wearing my poppy. It's November 6th, well, 5th today. McLaughlin described, quote, a favorite gesture of the Prime Minister's, which is sometimes recalled to illustrate this sense of disappointment. This is nitpicking. To emphasize a point, he will clench one fist and smack the open palm of the other hand, but the smack is seldom heard. It's like, who dissects somebody quite that much? The simile was to haunt Eden for the remainder of his term. This is very subjective writing for an historian. He doesn't like Eden. The British always more pro-Arab than the US vis-a-vis Israel. This is my observation based on Kyle's primary evidence, of which he provides mountains, but he inserts there's these assumptions, there's a couple assumptions hanging over things. Opinion of ex-secretaries taken at face value. This is private secretaries of Eden. So Kyle wants to believe any negative tidbit he can hear on Eden. Here on the King of Jordan, here on Eden's reaction to the King of Jordan dismissing Glub Pasha in 1956. Kyle subjective sees what he wants to, question mark. Nasser sought leadership of the Arab world for Egypt or for himself, question mark. John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, yes, Allen Dulles, the CIA. Eisenhower's diary. Eisenhower, very experienced by this point. What does Eisenhower think of this brewing situation between Nasser and the British? So, this is quoting Kyle. Eisenhower wrote in his diary after debriefing his envoy that while Israeli officials were, quote, completely adamant in their attitude of making no concession whatsoever in order to obtain peace, unquote, it was Nasser who, in his opinion, had proved to be the, quote, complete stumbling block, unquote. Because he wanted to be the most popular man in the Arab world, he had to take into account public opinion in each of the Arab countries. Quote, the result is that he finally concludes he should take no action whatsoever. Rather, he should just make speeches, all of which must breathe defiance of Israel, unquote. So Eisenhower's initial assessment of Nasser is that he wants to be an ethnic Arab leader, a leader of the Arab world, and that he is doing what he's doing with that goal in mind. This is a pretty grand, you'd have to say almost well, I was going to say messianic, but obviously we'd be getting into religion there, but I think there's a word in Arabic for leader, and we'll come across that. It's probably a better word. Nasser is definitely got big plans, and this is incredibly high stakes, as you can be. We can be gathering here. The President of the United States is writing about a charismatic man who wants to become the head of the Arab world. This is big stakes. In such information, Kyle returns to his role. This is his relation of Eisenhower's diary, information on Nasser in Eisenhower's diary. In such information, Kyle returns to the role of historian. Such info is golden. The dismissal of Glubb Pasha by the King of Jordan, who was also a strong British ally, taken by some, including likely Kyle, quote, seemed like a notice to quit the Middle East, for the British to quit the Middle East. This is this negative assumption that Kyle assumes. He's quick to say the British Empire is over. Why are you so quick to say that over the dismissal of this advisor in Jordan? Head of the Arab Legion in Jordan, but really? Like, yeah. I say again, opinion advanced as fact. Surely the only reasons any Western country would want to be involved in the rat's nest of the Middle East are oil, if the existence of Israel is considered a matter of justice for the atrocities of the Nazi regime, and the right of small states to exist. I'll let people digest that. That's in respect to the Suez Crisis. But I'll let people take it for what they want. UN Secretary General, the Swedish Dag Hammarskjold, when he toured troubled Middle East in 1956 and met Nasser, compared him to an intelligent junior Nazi officer, pathologically suspicious of everybody. This is interesting. We got a Swede touring the Middle East, meets Nasser, head of the UN. There's just so many interesting national stories that are brought into this. Sweden was neutral in World War II. Understatement. So the interesting relationship between Britain and France, that's another incredibly long-standing relationship over 1,000 years on its own. That is a relationship here. The relationship between Britain and France here in the Middle East, quote 110. There was a structural anomaly in Western policy towards the Middle East in the 1950s, whereas the form was mostly tripartite, that is, Britain, France, and the US, the reality was an affair of Britain and the United States. That's fairly insulting to France. The tertium quid was France. Where cultural interest was concerned, everyone was ready to acknowledge France's presence in the region. This is really insulting to France, actually. There was a French business community in the delta cities of Egypt and larger ones at Port Fouad on the opposite bank of the Canal to Port Said and Ismailia. The one big investment was the Suez Canal Company with its dominantly French ethos. France's claim to political importance formerly relied on Syria and Lebanon, but towards the end of World War II she had been effectively bundled out of there by local nationalists, encouraged to a marked extent by British political and military influence. So maybe he knows a little bit more of what he's talking about. But he does, but there's still some insulting comments to France there. Regardless of any evidence to the contrary, the British believed that they were basically loved in the Middle East, and where not loved, respected. They were certain that the French were hated. I've got to skip ahead here, but this is just so just loaded. So but then he's getting into there's this special relationship between Britain and the United States left over from World War II. Does that transfer to the Middle East? We'll hear a resounding answer to that. The ridiculous state of French politics in 1956. French politics is just like it is very complicated. I don't think it's complicated as Canadian politics, though. On 2 January 1956, this is the Mollet government in Paris. On 2 January 1956, after a bleak winter campaign, a general election took place in France. Following it, a new government took office under Guy Mollet, the working head of the Socialist Party organization. This was the government that was to take France into the Suez conflict alongside Britain. The cabinet was drawn exclusively from the members of the Front Républicain, which had been formed on the initiative of a journalist, Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, on the eve of the election in order to concentrate the forces of the non-communist left. It consisted of two important parties, the Socialists and the Radicals, led by the dynamic ex-Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France, and two smaller ones, the UDSR. Holy crap, this is complicated. The UDSR, led by François Mitterrand, which did so badly at the polls that the British Embassy analysis of the result wrote that, quote, François Mitterrand has led his party to the slaughterhouse, unquote, and the social republicans of Jacques Chaban-Delmas, whose origins lay in General de Gaulle's disbanded political movement. Okay, so Mollet won, but was it a coalition government? This was the government. Cabinet was drawn exclusively from non-communist socialists, well, non-communists, but not conservatives. So the cabinet was formed by the socialists and some more radical members, and Mitterrand. And social republicans that had a link to de Gaulle. So there's a swath of opinion here, generally on the socialist side in the French cabinet at this time. Although the Front commanded only 170 seats and a National Assembly of 597. So this is some kind of a coalition government, but the cabinet is dominated by that group, which made it all the more remarkable that Mollet's ministry was to prove at 18 months the longest lived of the forced republic. Wow. Maybe I have to take back my comment about French politics not being as complicated as Canadian politics, but has anybody looked into Canadian politics? So Kyle started off by slagging for the French in the Middle East, but he passes over their entire building along with Egypt of the Suez Canal. Of course, he details it earlier, but Mollet's opinion of Nasser. So what does a French socialist think of an Arab leader who wants to lead the Arab world? In North Africa, said Malay, what France was facing was an alliance between pan-Slavism and pan-Islam. Oh my goodness. I'm going to stick to reviewing this book, but that's a very interesting observation. Quote, all this is the work of Nasser. Just as Hitler's policy was written down in Mein Kampf, Nasser has the ambition to recreate the conquests of Islam, but his present position is largely due to the policy of the West in building him up and flattering him. There's so much in there. Well, we'll have to say that Malay seems like a fairly observant man. Just for whether one agrees with him or not, the breadth of his historical references in this one small quote is stunning. In 1955, 443 million barrels of crude oil, 149 million barrels of that Britain's oil, passed through the canal. Small compared to today, but matter of survival for the industrial economies of the time. You know, as compared to today, that may be small, but the world wasn't as industrialized or consuming as much oil. So at the percentage of oil, world oil supply, the Suez Canal is a major thoroughfare, as it is today. But 16 May 1956, Nasser recognizes communist China. He's not picking the most amicable friends, you would have to say. And 25 May, papers reported he would be visiting Beijing. The big date when the Suez Canal, according to the original agreement in 1867, it was a 100-year agreement that de Lesseps and the French government made with the Viceroy Said. It was going to end in 17 November 1968. Here we're in 1956. So the big date for the reversion of the canal to Egypt alone is in 1968. Can Nasser wait that long? June 1956, Nasser told his stunned ambassador to the US, Ahmed Hussein, that instead of agreeing to Western or Soviet terms for a loan to construct the Aswan Dam, he might nationalize the Suez Canal Company before 1968 and finance the dam himself, presumably by revenue from the appropriated canal. Okay, this is sounding megalomaniac-ish. Why was Hussein stunned? This is not a Western reaction to this idea. This is another member. This is his ambassador to the US, Ahmed Hussein, is stunned. So we are not getting information on a Western negative classification or characterization of Nasser. This is important to understand another Egyptian's reaction to Nasser initially when he's first presented with this tectonic idea. The significance of Egypt to the US, whether it would be a non-aligned or Soviet ally. The significance of Egypt to Britain and France, much more important to both. Nasser was challenging their abilities to act as they had throughout the 19th century and up to 1956 as world powers, apart from the oil coming through the canal for their economies. High stakes, high stakes. Nasser flying back to Cairo from a powwow, that's my term, with Yugoslavian dictator Tito. Once again, not his friends. If you tell, you say, you can tell someone by their enemies. Can you tell them by their friends? Nasser flying back to Cairo from a powwow with Yugoslavian dictator Tito on Tito's island. Dictators have to have islands, eh? When he heard of the U.S. withdrawal of a loan, when he heard of the withdrawal of the U.S. loan and thus any World Bank loan to construct the Aswan Dam. Why did the Americans do that? I think we'll have that explained here at some point. Must have gone through the American upper echelons of such a major decision, but we'll see, maybe not. Nasser was insulted. Anyways, was already planning his drastic, quote, solution. So he had already, I think there's some, was used as a reaction. Nasser portrayed his nationalization of the Suez Canal as a reaction partially to the American and World Bank decline, declining to a loan to build the Aswan Dam. But as we see from the information here, the primary sources, in June 1956, he told his stunned ambassador about his plan. So he was already thinking about it. And so that's not that major compared to the British armed forces being integrated in Egypt. That seems to be a much more larger factor than this loan to build the Aswan Dam, but it's still a factor. But it's, does Nasser use this as the reason, or what does he use as his explanation for his drastic act? Nasser wargamed long beforehand his appropriation of the canal to the extent of establishing Egyptian consulates on Malta and Cyprus as fronts to gather information on the number of British and French troops, planes, ships, etc., to tailor his actions to British and French numbers. This is to say he's not acting in good faith. He's got a major international treaty with France and Britain on their involvement or their right to operate the Suez Canal. And this is what he's doing behind their backs. This is high stakes. On 26 July 1956, he held a meeting of Egyptian cabinet on his plan to appropriate. Only one cabinet member applauded, the rest stunned. Nasser then proceeded to Manshia Square, so events are rising to a peak here, to give a long, unscripted, demagogic speech appealing to Egyptian and Arab nationalism, ethnic nationalism. In this speech was a code word, Ferdinand de Lesseps, ironic or purposely, provocative. In this speech was a code word, Ferdinand de Lesseps, that the moment he said it meant the military action against the British and French property along the canal was to commence. He reiterated the code word 14 times throughout the speech, so it could not conceivably be missed by the troops in waiting. Yeah. If the troops were asleep at the wheel on that one, I don't think anything good would have happened to them. after 14 references to the code word. Nasser speechified on to claim 120,000 Egyptians had died building the canal, a figure he may have mistakenly taken from Herodotus. Herodotus, writing in the 4th, 5th century BC, was Herodotus 2nd or 3rd century BC, anyways, 2,000 years before. He stated that the employees of the canal company would be prevented from leaving Egypt and forced to continue to do their previous jobs on pain of imprisonment and deprivation of any compensation and right to pension. Bald dictatorship? To British and French sentiments recovering from World War II, this struck a horrible note. The British cabinet meeting 27, and I'm going to touch on that later in my conclusions, is the European experience of World War II and the Jewish experience of World War II are major experiences that the Arab world did not experience. And they are major factors in the European and Jewish minds, and the Arab mind has not had these traumatizing experiences. This is a major possible grounds for misunderstanding. The British cabinet meeting, 27 July 1956, so the cat is out of the bag here. What do they conclude initially here? The British cabinet meeting, 27 July 1956. There must be political pressure from the maritime and trading nations put on the Egyptian regime. The canal was not Egyptian property, but an international asset that should be managed as an international trust. So we'll see. Are they already sort of giving up the treaties that apply here? Are they already falling back to internationalism? Or is that, have things changed that much already? Let's see. After World War II, a ring of bomber forces based in Malta and Cyprus should be built up around Egypt. No, hold, just put the pause on it. That's sounding like the old days. So they've got both here. They've got a new internationalist reaction, and then they've got the old nationalist European reaction. A ring of bomber forces based in Malta and Cyprus should be built up around Egypt. Oh boy. The entire cabinet there concurred with the answer that military action should be undertaken. So I definitely paused my previous jumping of the gun there. If need be, by Britain alone. This is their initial reaction. Eisenhower's initial reaction to all this affirmed the general reaction of the British cabinet. That's surprising. All groups of French society united and made France the most strident of any country in its desire for action against Nasser. This is all from Kyle. After initial enthusiasm, at least the American envoy to London, Robert Murphy, became cool on military action and instead favored resolution by international tribunal. So the Americans the first to bail. Says Eisenhower's initial response was to affirm the British cabinet. But some of the Americans, and there's reasons for this, the Americans first bail, or some of them are starting to bail, even right off the bat. One of them, the U.S. ambassador to Britain, Robert Murphy. A 180. Why? This gets into American-British dynamics, and I will leave till later. Iraq was Britain's strongest Arab ally. Prime Minister of Iraq Nuri replied to the British inquiry at this point. He says, quote, "Hit Nasser and hit him hard," unquote. This quote has to be related. It's not just the Europeans who want to hammer Nasser for this act. This is another Arab leader saying that. That's the strongest statement so far of anyone. Hit Nasser and hit him hard. The Prime Minister of France, Guy Millet, played hardball with the Americans. Said if the US didn't back France on Suez, his government, his French socialist government, would allow the USSR to mediate a peace in Algeria. So the other major thing going on in France is that Algeria is still a French colony with many French settlers, and there's a war going on in Algeria already. And this is no, Kyle does detail this, but this is a major fact we have to understand. This is France. This is why France. One of the reasons why France is as gung ho. I'll get into later that the French believed, and there's some evidence presented, that Nasser was directing the resistance against the French in Algeria. He had a pan-Arab vision, and so they had information on this, and so when he did this drastic thing, they were as gung-ho as anybody. And they play hardball with the Americans, say, you don't back us on responding to this, we're going to let the USSR act as mediator in Algeria. That's really hardball. But they probably have a right to say that. From the French perspective, Kyle devotes not a chapter, but just 2 3/4 pages, 2 3/4 page blurb to the response from the Commonwealth. Slags the Commonwealth, just doesn't even consider them, much of a factor at all. And this is probably, again, Labour Party perspective. He doesn't want to give credence to the continuation of the British Empire. These are the internal British dynamics that are going on here. Cursorily, he relates Canadian Prime Minister Louis Saint-Laurent, and the Canadian government's reaction was to keep out of the mess. Australian Prime Minister Menzies feared military action would split the West, meaning the US would not approve. So we've got a glimpse into the two major countries of the British Empire, Canada and Australia. The Liberal Party in power at this point in Ottawa. This is for whatever small role Canada could have played in the entire situation, but as always, a larger role within the British Empire. Kyle just passes over it, barely, blinking. But because I'm Canadian, I'll pause here and look at this a little bit more deeply, at least from the Canadian example, is that the Liberals under Saint Laurent are in power, with Pearson as his Minister of Foreign Affairs. If Diefenbaker had been in power, would have been a completely different response from Canada. And Kyle doesn't even seem to realize that or give it any significance. Australian PM Menzies, he is not Labour, he is gosh, I got to brush up on, I think, is that Liberal Party in Australia? But Menzies is always pro-empire. And so Menzies, he feared military action would split the West. So Menzies has demonstrated a change of, back in World War II, he would have been gung-ho, to just, what's the, damn the torpedoes? Is that the American phrase? But now he's thinking of the U.S. How if Australia backs Britain in this, he's got to think of the U.S. defense commitment to Australia. So he's thinking about that. At least one of the things he's thinking about. The interesting thing about Canada is that Canada has this traditional anti-Americanism that in Eastern Canada, not Western Canada, but this is more of a, nobody thinks about Canada, but its perspective on the U.S. is one of the interesting parts of the of Canadian culture. We'll leave it at that for now. Although this is Kyle's relation of the communications within the British Empire at this point. That's not, we should do a more comprehensive analysis, and perhaps I can do that in the second video I'll do here of what communication was made between the British government and the Canadian government and the Australian government. Perhaps there was more than Kyle relates. The Prime Minister of New Zealand, enthusiastic, but secretly told Britain he would publicly deny having okayed sending a naval cruiser to be used for bombardment and anti-aircraft defense. So Churchill is no longer in government, but consulted as the old warhorse. On 6 August 1956, Churchill at Chequers delivered a note to Eden, I presume to Eden, stating his opinion on the initial battle plan, the military objective. He thought it preferable to attack Cairo, then the Canal from there, to receive presumably to attack Cairo, then the Canal from there, presumably from Alexandria, not possibly to receive blame for attacking at the Canal and possibly stopping commercial traffic. So Churchill is not beating around the bush as usual. There's Churchill's opinion. September 15, the planned D-Day. So we are at August. We're getting into a month to D-Day. Bourges Manoury, French Minister of Defense, consulted de Gaulle, who approved of the operation. So the old war horses are ready for another round. Summary of the military objective. Quote, 177. Well, I don't have this quote on the military objective, summary of the military objective, but we will see what military plans actually unfold. So Eden to Eisenhower in public, the British took pains to limit their objectives, but Eden made no secret of his feelings to Eisenhower. Quote, I have never thought Nasser a Hitler. He has no warlike people behind him, he said in a message to the president. Eden is, you get the impression he has studied the Arab world a lot and the individual Arab countries, and has vast historical and practical experience himself, having slogged through the entirety of World War II as foreign minister. I have never thought Nasser a Hitler. He has no warlike people behind him, he said in a message to the president. But the parallel with Mussolini is close. The removal of Nasser and the installation in Egypt of a regime less hostile to the West must therefore also rank high among our objectives. So Eden's objective, stated here, this is August 1956, to remove Nasser and install a regime less hostile. Eden concluded the message with a somber warning. You know us better than anyone, and so I need not tell you that our people here are neither excited nor eager to use force. They are, however, grimly determined that Nasser shall not get away with it this time, because they are convinced that if he does, their existence will be at his mercy. So am I. This is accurate, I believe, relation of British public opinion at the initial point. The key fact here is that there was a treaty in effect, the Convention of Constantinople, 1888, that permitted the nationalization of the Canal in 1968, but Nasser jumped the gun in disregard of that. The principle, this is going back, quoting from an earlier point in Kyle, page 15. The principal international instrument governing the Suez Canal was the instruments much cited during the crisis of 1956, the Convention of Constantinople of 1888 between Turkey and the European powers of the day. It substantially confirmed a compromise worked out by France and Britain, French principles and British exceptions. It started off with a fine flourish. The Suez Maritime Canal shall always be free and open in time of war as in time of peace to every vessel of commerce or of war, without distinction of flag. Yes, grand pronouncements. Obliterated in World War I at least, probably certainly in World War II as well, probably. In time of war, the canal was to be not so much neutralized. The de Lesseps' favorite expression does not, in fact, appear in the convention, as made into a safe corridor for any and all belligerents. The signatories were not to keep any war vessels stationed in the canal or raise any defense structures along its banks, but they were entitled, if they so wished, to maintain two warships in or off the two ports of access, Port Said and Suez. So an observation I'm going to make here is what we have clashing here is the European on the one hand and the Arab on the other conception of war. The Europeans have these official or formal rules to war, at least in the abstract, for example, here, a neutralized canal during a time of war. But the Arab conception of war, I'm not an authority on that, but Nasser does not appear to be playing by the European formal rules of war. I'll just make that observation here. In any case, he did not abide by this Treaty of Constantinople, which is a major treaty from the Europeans' perspective. Despite all these arrangements, Egypt, and hence the Suez Canal, remained juridically part of the Ottoman Empire. That ceased in 1914 when the Khedive Abbas Himli II, who had wearied of the British connection, sided with his sovereign, the Sultan of Turkey, in going to war on behalf of Germany. So the Egyptian leader in World War I sided with the Ottomans initially. In going to war on behalf of Germany, Abbas Himli was instantly deposed. Egypt was made a British protectorate, and two of the ex-Khedive's uncles were in succession installed with the title of Sultan. So the British were in control of Egypt in World War II, or World War I. The Suez Canal was treated, at least from 1916, as a British territorial possession. I've read this before, but this is important to remind us of the major treaties in place still at this time. Admiral Burke, U.S. Chief of Naval Operations. This is a more practical American voice, perhaps. Let's see. For God's sake, let's give them the craft, Burke said to Dulles. I was right. The Americans, when they get into practical situations, are just get her done. So Admiral Burke, U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, says just give the British and the French all the ships and guns they need. But the elites and those high up in the U.S. administration, there's other factors. Give them ours. They're over there. They've got to make things successful. According to the Admiral's recollection, Dulles replied that he did not think that was quite proper. Eden ascribes the attribute of not acting in good faith, in his words, quote, to keep an agreement with the behavior of fascistic governments. This is the European, British and French experience of World War II that is in their minds, and Nasser does not seem to realize that. So, why not trust him? The question is put to Eden. Why not trust Nasser? Eden replies, the answer is simple. Look at his record. Our quarrel is not with Egypt, still less with the Arab world. It is with Colonel Nasser. When he gained power in Egypt, we felt no hostility towards him. On the contrary, we made agreements with him. We hoped that he wanted to improve the condition of life of his people and to be friends with this country. He told us that he wanted a new spirit of Anglo-Egyptian relations. We welcomed that. Instead of meeting us with friendship, Colonel Nasser conducted a vicious propaganda campaign against this country. He has shown that he is not a man who can be trusted to keep an agreement. The pattern is familiar to many of us, my friends. We all know this is how fascistic governments behave, as we all remember all too well what the cost can be in giving in to fascism. So this is Eden's perspective on Nasser's behavior. The key fact here that there is a treaty, yes, I already said that. Britain appears to have infringed on the convention, however, during World War I, when it acted on a war footing and not neutral passage to all. So there's a one in Nasser's column there. So Egypt likely saw the convention as practically defunct, already violated, but could have negotiated based on that, you know. Another secondary source covering the canal over the initial course of its history, Douglas Farney's, quote, East and West of Suez, the Suez Canal in History, 1854 to 1956, Clarendon Press, Oxford, 1969. That's East and West of Suez by Douglas Farney, a book covering the entire history of the canal from 1854 to 1956, if people want to do further reading. The broad policy of the US, Britain, and France issued 25 May 1950, henceforth known as the Tripart Declaration, France, the US, and Britain. This was the three countries' policy towards the Middle East. What was their general policy of those three? The Tripart Declaration, and it was, on the face, an old-fashioned diktat by the great powers. They recognized that the Arab states and Israel needed to maintain a certain level of armed forces for internal security and self-defense, and what was described in the Cold War context as, quote, the defense of the area as a whole. On the other hand, they were determined not to create an arms race and declared their unalterable opposition to the use of force or the threat of force. Consequently, should they find that any state was preparing to violate, quote, preparing to violate frontiers or armistice lines, which for this purpose were elevated to the status of frontiers, they would immediately take action both within and outside the United Nations to prevent such violation. So people that you know, just create a simplified view of the West versus the Arab world. The actual history is not, that does not borne out by the actual history. It's much more complicated than that. As you related here, Eden was against the establishment of the State of Israel. We have the differences between the different European countries. So when you get into the details of this major event in European, Western, Arab relations, the Suez Crisis in 1956, you realize that it's not a simplistic ethnic war between Europeans and Arabs. It's way more complicated than that. Within each European country, within each Arab country, within Israel, I think we should probably resist a simplistic, gigantic ethnic war perspective. That does not work in this context of the Suez Crisis. Way more complicated. So that was the tripartite declaration, general U.S., British, French policy vis-a-vis the Middle East, stated in 1950, or declared in 1950. Britain pointed through the Middle East squarely east in the economic, that is oil, and political priorities at this point. A Canadian observes that. You don't hear any talk about Britain getting its oil from Canada. There's no mention of that. You have to go through this gigantic involvement in the Middle East. Why? Well, it's historical. There's centuries of involvement. When we were talking about Nelson destroying the French fleet off of Egypt in 1798. But that's the Canadian perspective on that. Britain's media, political discourse is focused on the Middle East here and the relationship with the U.S. That's just a fact. Did that really benefit Britain? I fail to see how. Why be involved in the Middle East at all? Nowadays, when surely their oil development is more advanced in other parts of the world, why be involved in that situation there? Indignation at Indian Minister Krishna Menon heated in the case of Egypt and generally to the psychology of the new nationalism. This is the Indian Foreign Minister Krishna Menon reacts by siding more with the new nationalism of former colonies. Although Egypt was not a colony, there was an alliance between Britain and Egypt. That's India's foreign minister's reaction, probably the reaction of India to this crisis, coming off the independence of India, the recent independence from India from the British Empire. That's understandable. This new nationalism asserted was no longer asserted that colonialism was no longer legitimate. Former allies like Egypt could be nationalistic, but European countries not. Egypt is encouraged to be nationalistic, but Britain can't be nationalistic. This is the post-war liberal, and I don't think that's liberal. Please watch my review of Liberalism in the 19th Century, the biographies of George Brown. Egypt can be nationalistic and seize the Suez Canal, but Britain can't be nationalistic or else it's racist. This is, been carried to obscene levels by this point. Far from making, major military campaigns, Britain can't even, determine its own immigration policy without being called racist. What if it went guns a-blazing like in the old days? Oh my goodness, Kyle at least would have a heart attack. This new nationalism asserted European nationalism no longer legitimate. The dilemma of the Atlantic Charter. The Atlantic Charter was the charter signed between Churchill and Roosevelt, and basically Roosevelt ramming down Churchill's throat when his back was up against the wall with the Nazis in World War II, that he was going to give independence to former colonies, and Roosevelt extracted this from Churchill when Britain's back was up against the wall during the war, and now the chickens were coming home to roost in Britain. The Atlantic Charter was being wielded against Eden to say that he couldn't do anything about Nasser's seizure of the Canal, primarily by people in the US government and the Labour Party and the Canadian Liberal Party. So this is the new liberal world order, which I don't consider liberal, but asserting itself against the 19th century or past 1,000 years of European nationalism. Macmillan, the possible villain in the drama here, apparently an elitist schemer convinced of his own importance. Chancellor of the Exchequer, what's he doing? Macmillan had already rather startled Dulles, who had a high opinion of him, by calling him into a private room as they left Eden's reception on 20 August 1956 to ask him most earnestly whether he planned to stay on as Secretary of State in Eisenhower's second term. This is high-level, chat. The reason he needed to know, Dulles reported him as saying, was that he was thinking of taking over the Foreign Office again in the reasonably near future, and that his decision whether or not to do so would be influenced by whether Dulles would be his counterpart, since their relations had been so happy. This is what he's thinking about in the height of the Suez Crisis? He looks like he's looking out for numero uno. All things considered, that was rather an extraordinary way to put it, and one to which Eden, unless he had said something hitherto untraced about a possible reshuffle, would surely have contributed a pungent oath. So, is Millen looking out for number one and aiming for Eden's job? Is that what's going on here? Disraeli's equivalent of today, billions, is MIA here. Nobody's talking about what Britain paid for its shares in the Suez Canal. It immediately goes to the Atlantic Charter. Do you have the moral right to do this? Or, didn't they pay a boatload of money for their rights in the Suez Canal? And France, along with Egypt, it was the French engineering and money, along with Egyptian money and labor, that built it. So they have, but Kyle doesn't really mention any right or that money gave Britain. He doesn't talk about it at all. The Egyptian, he's already on, like he's sitting in a UN, in the UN General Assembly. He's already on that the new liberal world order is a given. He acts a lot in assumptions in this book. The assumption is that this new, that European and Western nationalism is dead. He assumes that there's a new liberal UN globalist world order, and you have to, of course, you have to play by my rules or else you're a racist. One major elephant in the room there is British nationalism and Canadian nationalism and American nationalism are the primary reason, along with the Soviet Union, and that's not a minor statement. The Soviet Union carried the brunt of the load, defeated the Nazis in World War II. So how is British, American, Canadian nationalism illegitimate? It's not. It's just it's the assumption that nationalism is racist. It's white nationalism. Well, what if you're doing something good? Is your nationalism like defeating the Nazis? I mean, the liberals were on side for British nationalism, and Kyle himself was in the armed forces, although, but how could you paint the resistance to the Nazis as European racism? No. It was British, Canadian, American nationalism that put down racist European nationalism when it reared its head. It's not that Western countries, European countries, including Russia, cannot act in a nationalistic way when they're doing something good with that. It's not necessary. British, Canadian, American nationalism put down Nazism. It's not Nazi itself. It never was Nazi itself. And you gotta wonder, how does such an elephant in the room escape notice? And can the world afford for the US in particular to not act in a nationalistic fashion when it should? What would have happened in World War II? There's way too much of this simplistic racializing. There's white people and Arab people and Asian people. This is way too simplistic. An individual country has a particular culture, and it has the right to exist. Why should it not be allowed in certain instances to defend itself, to do something good? I think the whole liberal world order, it's a gigantic assumption that tends to centralize power. Into the hands of these people with their arrogant assumptions in the UN or in their hobnobbing international jet setting, and more realistically in the future in Beijing. One center, and we're all supposed to. That's way too simplistic. So Macmillan certainly inclining in this direction. He doesn't, and looking out for numero uno, he doesn't appear to be a stalwart that Eden can rely on here. So to summarize, the Americans, Eisenhower initially reacted that Britain had the right to respond to this act by Nasser, but he increasingly gets people chirping in his ears and he bends to their opinions. So to summarize, Dulles and the Americans had settled on the compromise of a users association running the canal. Ingenuously or disingenuously, as both Dulles and Eisenhower never thought it would work. It's page 217. So what are they playing? They don't want Britain to. They can't bring themselves to support the British Empire. That's what the Americans are thinking. And you can't blame them. How can you blame them? But Britain never realizes that. And as a Canadian, that's one of our raison d'etres. We have a perspective on the US because we're so close to the US. Britain would just realize that there's nothing the Americans have against them. They just can't bring themselves to support Britain, England, because Their country started in a revolution against England. It's not that they're going to be too rude about it, but you can't push them too far on that. They can't see the Union Jack flying in the sun and guns a-blazing. They're never going to be able to bring themselves to do that, and they shouldn't be expected to. And yet, everything here hinges on the Americans supporting Britain, and Eden and Macmillan are all thinking about, they don't bother to think, what are the conservatives or nationalists in Canada doing, or Australia? All they're thinking about is the US. But the Americans can't support them on that. They can't bring themselves to do it. So, some secondary sources here on Ferdinand de Lesseps. Well, de Lesseps wrote a book himself called The History of Suez, published in 1876. So, we want some primary source from de Lesseps. Read that. I think he's a fascinating figure. One of the most famous Frenchmen of all time. Sir Anthony Eden also wrote a book himself, Full Circle, published in 1960. So if you want primary info from Eden himself, check that book out. Then Eden's authorized Eden's pre-Suez biography, I already mentioned this, by William Rees-Mogg, published in 1956. Conspicuous that the French are more willing to ally with Britain than Canada and Australia. This is showing the power, even right off in the 1950s, of this new internationalist world order, not the least in Canada, with Pearson being the foreign minister. And he immediately goes down to New York and is prominent in the UN discussion of the crisis. But if the Conservatives in Canada had been in power under Diefenbaker, it would have been a different story. The other major thing going on in Britain here is discussion about entering the EU. On 14 September 1956, could be 1957, but I think it's 1956, British cabinet discussed European Free Trade Area. Macmillan was heavily involved in that when he became Prime Minister. He's the one who took Britain into the EU, of which Britain has democratically extricated itself after much passing in between. Which puts Britain in a new situation that it hasn't been in for whenever it joined the EU, 60 years. It does have at least political freedom of action, but we don't, well, it does. Will Britain revert? September 1956, Russian tanks and aircraft were reaching Egypt in a continuous stream. So Nasser cozying up to the Soviets, Tito. Canadian writer Terence Robertson quotes an anonymous French source on Eden's visit to Paris in his book. This is Robertson's book, Crisis, the Inside Story of the Suez Conspiracy. How did a Canadian journalist have the inside story? Published in 1965. This is an anti-British Empire, capital L liberal, probably. There's my internal Canadian perspective. Nothing against liberals, small L liberals, but The capital L Liberal Party is another matter. Eden got on swimmingly with Mollet and Pinot, the French finance minister, on this visit. So Eden goes to Paris. French majority view of this visit very positive, but Francois Mauriac, intellectual columnist for L'Express or L'Express, makes an insightful observation. The French are always very observant of the English, and Canada's got the same dynamic. Probably vice versa too, but so this columnist says that in the last resort, Britain would always sacrifice Anglo-French to save Anglo-American solidarity. So he's got his finger on the pulse, and that's certainly true. This special relationship is first and foremost in the minds of Britain's leaders, even Eden? Not so much Eden. Churchill was more of an Americanophile than Eden. Churchill's mother was American, so that probably explains that. But Eden was not. But this French journalist is a shrewd observer when Britain is purporting to enter into an alliance with France on this. What they're really thinking about is what the Americans think of it and how they can maintain their special relationship with the U.S. Even though the U.S. does not reciprocate. Israel sends 2 politicians to France. This is a major chapter in this story. Israeli PM David Ben-Gurion had been in London during the World War II Blitz. He feared that Israel's cities would be bombed by Egypt. This is quoting from Kyle. Ben-Gurion's instructions. So these Ben-Gurion and a handful of other Israeli politicians travel secretly to Paris for a powwow with the French, and as Kyle is a major deal in his book is his interpretation of the British presence at this secret meeting, the collusion that he mentioned right at the beginning, the infamous collusion. Ben-Gurion's instructions were that, quote, "we shall not be the ones to open hostilities," unquote. Israel's war aims were to be to obtain control of the west coast of the Gulf of Aqaba. So Ben-Gurion's already thinking pretty big here, though. That's along the Red Sea, I believe. He's not just, what does that have to do with the Suez Canal? Israel has its own objectives here. And the entrance into the Straits of Tiran, that was that picture with the big guns. So he wants access to the Red Sea for Israel. This is what he's aiming for. But that doesn't have anything to do with the canal. He apparently attempted to use this action by Nasser against Britain and France to take advantage of the destabilization that Egypt has caused, but for his own purposes, or Israel's purposes. Then the straits would be open. Eilat would be a free port. Eilat's the Israeli port on the Red Sea. Or now, I believe. The hinterland of the Negev would be developed. Some of Ben-Gurion's cabinet colleagues expressed anxieties. Russia would send volunteers. The English would betray them, the Arab states would all enter the war against them. He said all these historical relationships just bursting out. Like they've been waiting to. Very revealing. But Ben-Gurion pressed ahead with the mission. At last, Israel was going to obtain an ally. That's France. He's tentatively moving towards. Just before Golda Meir and others left via Bizerta in an exceedingly uncomfortable French anti-submarine aircraft, the last contingent of French arms, 20 Super Sherman tanks, had been unloaded at night. So the French and the Israelis were already colluding. Why? Why were they already colluding? I'm not sure why France and Israel were so buddy-buddy. We'll have to explore that. Yeah, so the Israeli military plans seem mostly to have been to attack areas other than the Canal. Thus, their involvement at this stage should divert Egyptian resources to areas of Sinai other than the Canal. So perhaps they were encouraged by the British and French to attack these areas away from the Canal, so that Egypt's forces would be drawn off. There's definitely talk between Israel, Britain, and France, but Nasser has already seized the Suez Canal. He started it, at least this bout, if we want to call it that. He started a bout. I don't think it naturally is about the Suez Canal. There's winners in all parties there. The Users Association idea of the Americans shelved, more in favor of resolution of the crisis through the UN at this point, September 1956. But Britain, France, and Israel simultaneously colluding. Kyle is up in arms, forgive the pun. So Dulles has a long quote. Maybe I should skip, but Dulles, I don't think Dulles was no fool. Yes, I've definitely got to skip ahead. So this is very revealing of Britain's attitude to the Middle East and the British Arab or the Israeli Arab conflict, even at this point in Suez. The British had two code words, Kyle relates, for two very different military operations depending on events. Cordage meant war with Israel. Musketeer meant war with Egypt. These are facts that people wanting to attribute a basic ethnic or West versus Arab, Christian versus Muslim dynamic oversimplification need to know. This is great information provided by Kyle. Because Britain had treaties with Egypt and Jordan and Iraq, and if Israel just crossed the border guns a-blazing, here it's related that Britain had a military code word for war against Israel. Three aircraft carriers at Malta. British aircraft carriers. British bomber forces deployed to Malta and Cyprus. 3 regiments French parachutists flown from Algiers to Cyprus. All this October 1956, so there's military escalation going on here. This is, I have to say, almost ominous in respect to events going on right now in November 2023, and let's hope let's just hope things improve over there. The French and Israelis considered the British Foreign Office to be pro-Arab. Once again, great information, probably true. They must have been pro-Arab if the Israelis and French thought they were. Because the French have a really long historical experience with England. The supposedly, also I'll just stop and develop a little. The Israelis considered the British pro-Arab. Did the Arabs know that? Shouldn't some Arab leaders, like the leader of Iraq, Nuri, and possibly the leaders of Jordan, they did remember that. They did know that. But it's very easy to just get into a simplistic dichotomy of West versus East, or broad ethnic stupidity that's not accurate to history. The Israelis, that the English would betray them? What is that? Where is that coming from? That's very interesting. It must be a reputation of England? Very interesting. Yeah, so this supposedly infamous meeting, Kyle's assumption pungent here is my observation. 21 October 1956, in a Parisian suburb between high-ranking members of the French, Israeli, and British governments. There's a picture of the villa in Paris where the infamous meeting took place. Looks like a suburban house, really. It doesn't look very infamous, despite Kyle's portraying it as this the worst thing that ever happened. So Kyle pontificates on this collusion. The British foreign minister went over there, Selwyn Lloyd, and he explains in hindsight his reasoning at this meeting. Once again, Kyle providing very good primary source information. In the end, Lloyd felt it was for him, as it would be for a civil servant, to present analyses and choices and for the Prime Minister to decide. In this book, he makes one main self-criticism. So this is Lloyd writing a book after the fact. In his book, he makes one main self-criticism. He says that he might well have been wrong to have opposed joint planning with the Israelis. I had in mind, this is Selwyn Lloyd quoting from his book, I had in mind the mobs coming out in Cairo in 1952 and their mass murders. I hated the efficacy of Radio Cairo, as powerful as Goebbels. My preoccupation was to safeguard Britons in Arab countries from massacre and our strategic assets from destruction. I believed an alliance between Israel and ourselves would produce exactly this feared result. I may well have been wrong. So he's afraid of an alliance with Israel. This is what he's saying his thinking was at the time. He met with them in Paris, but he feared the Arab reaction. The British appear to be more pro-Arab than they are given credit for in this crisis. We have the foreign minister saying that he believed that an alliance between Israel and ourselves would produce a reaction in the Arab world. And yet, in hindsight, he says, I may well have been wrong. So in hindsight, he says, maybe we should have hit Nasser harder. But at the time, he's thinking about or it's actually sounding like he's afraid a little bit of the Arab reaction. No, it's more that he's afraid of the Arab reaction. He's not looking out for Arab opinion. He's afraid of the Arab reaction. But in hindsight, he's afraid that an alliance with Israel would produce this reaction in the Arab world. But in hindsight, he said, I wish I would have gone further in hammering Nasser. So that's important hindsight information. Was Nasser more bluff than he was actually being able to unite the Arab world? This is what the British were afraid of, that this would be some giant ethnic war. But is Lloyd saying that in hindsight he didn't think Nasser could deliver on that? That appears to be Lloyd's hindsight. So, yes, the collusion described in this moral indignation, which is a long-standing trait of British and Canadian liberals, probably, as I will give a plug for my book on political party, available on Amazon, which describes 5 different periods of the party dynamic in England, the United States, and colonial Canada, is a natural personality trait. So I'm not in any way saying that Kyle's moral indignation, his tendency to moral indignation, is illegitimate, but it saturates his prose in this book. It's not continual, but there's moral indignation assumed over this horrible deed of a meeting between Britain, France, and Israel in Paris. And I just don't, from the perspective of, how many years is this? 60 years later? 65 years later? I just don't see the dastardly deed here. I mean, especially in the hindsight, like in comparison to World War II. I mean, where's the dastardly deed here? I mean, this is it? I don't know. This has to do with internal British political dynamics. And this event in British politics, as anybody from Britain would know much better than me, is an infamous event. This whole Suez Crisis is an infamous. Look at the loaded subtitle of Kyle's book, Britain's End of Empire in the Middle East. Of course, he, from his liberal perspective, wants it to be the end of empire. But this is internal British political dynamics. And he has the right to his opinion, but as an historian, I have to say there's a little bit too much continual moral indignation describing even this, to me, no big deal event, a meeting in Paris. Now, a military operation was decided to go forward, but, and we can discuss this agreement that of Israel starting hostilities. This is where Kyle may have more of a point, but I still fail to see the magnitude of the sin here. But French public opinion consistently more ready to use force. Why? Number one, de Lesseps, famous Frenchman. Number two, the war rebellion going on in Algeria. French General Maurice Schall, mind you, a merely Deputy Chief of General Staff, Air Force, the only one to suggest at this infamous meeting in Paris a false flag, that is, to stage an Egyptian attack. Ben Gurion exploded, figuratively. Lloyd had already left. So this, what they ended up doing is, we'll get into, but it's not a false flag. It's not staging Egypt initiating hostilities. That was aired by this minor French military staffer, and Ben Gurion exploded. No. The Israelis stayed a few days, and Britain sent over, this is where the story gets interesting at least. The Israelis, so Lloyd came and left, and nothing much happens, in my opinion. The Israelis stayed a few days, and Britain sent over Chairman of Joint Intelligence Committee, a civil servant, who, upon French and Israeli urging, signed a summary of what had been discussed while he was there. So this is a faux pas by this bureaucrat. He signs a document at this secret meeting as if Lloyd had signed it, but Lloyd had not signed it, the document. So who is this guy that made this call? I don't even have his name here. And this infamous document was known as the Protocol of Sèvres. So what was the plan agreed at Sèvres? I'm going to have to summarize this. But some of these details are actually important, so I'll plow through this, getting near the end here of episode 1 of this gigantic loaded tome. So the results of the conversations which took place at Sèvres from 22 to 24 October 1956 between the representatives of the government of the United Kingdom, Israel, and of France are the following. There are 7 articles. The first simply announced the Israeli decision to launch a large-scale operation on the evening of 29 October with the aim of reaching the Canal the following day. The second article says that on being apprised of these events, the governments of Britain and France were to issue 2 separate and simultaneous appeals, a scrupulous substitute for ultimatum, to which Ben Gurion had objectives. So this, you can tell this is already getting fairly contrived. Why didn't they just declare war on Egypt, like Britain and France? Why did they have to involve Israel at all? They're thinking a lot. They're trying to look good. They're trying to contrive some situation where they're going to look good. The second article says that on being apprised of these events, the governments of Britain and France were to issue two separate and simultaneous appeals to the belligerents to stop all military action and to withdraw all their forces 10 miles to the east of the Canal in the state in the case of Israel and to the west of it in the case of Egypt. But to Egypt alone would be sent the demand that she accept the temporary occupation of key positions on the Canal by Anglo-French forces to guarantee freedom of passage to the Canal by vessels of all nations until a final arrangement. This newly worded provision, which meant that the Egyptians would be required to accept occupation troops. But Kyle's just granting that they don't have any right to be there under the existing treaties, which they do. So he's calling this an occupation, but they have a legal treaty that allows them to be there, that has been nationalized by Nasser. But Kyle deals in assumptions a lot. He calls it an occupation. Troops, whether or not they accepted the other terms of the ultimatum, had been brought back from London by Pinot. The newly worded provision had been brought back to London by Pinot. It was intended to prevent any possibility of the Egyptians accepting the terms. This is a contrived way of declaring war. If either government rejected the appeal or failed to give its agreement within 12 hours, the Anglo-French forces would take the necessary measures. The government of Israel would not be required to fulfill the conditions if the Egyptians failed to accept them. If Egypt did fail to accept, the Anglo-French attack on the Egyptian forces would be launched in the early hours of 31 October. Israel would be entitled to seize the western shore of the Gulf of Aqaba. So this is allowing Israel to grab stuff in this context. Is that fair? Well, Egypt really threw the first punch, or Nasser did. But does that justify Israel getting involved in all? I don't really see that. It seems to justify, given they had a treaty, France and Britain getting involved, but it doesn't justify Israel getting involved. This seems contrived that they involved Israel at all. Israel would not attack Jordan during the period of hostilities against Egypt. Britain, but all this stuff is being agreed to by some minor civil servant, British civil servant. They did this. Finally, it was laid down that the provisions of the protocol were to remain strictly secret and were to enter into force as soon as they had been confirmed by the three governments. The text bears signs of having been hastily drawn up, with some minor typing errors and inconsistencies of layout. But this is very detailed research by Kyle. The protocol was signed by Pinot, Dean, and Ben-Gurion. Dean is this obscure civil servant. We've got Pinot, the French foreign minister, and Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion. Yeah, French foreign minister, Pinot. So that's the Protocol of Sèvres. Eden, when he heard this Intelligence Committee chair had signed this document, not happy. Much ado about nothing. Eden hadn't kept the supposedly dastardly meeting between Lloyd, Ben-Gurion, and the French secret. Eden never claimed that he tried to hide it. That's why this assumption of just Kyle's that this is some dastardly betrayal of the British people. Eden, and he even relates this information, but he just can't really, what's behind this, he can't stand his post-war internationalist sensibilities are offended by Eden having sent in the troops in the fashion of Disraeli or even Gladstone, who was an anti-imperialist. He can't. This is just. It just. He can't stand this. It's some kind of moral reaction, moral indignation. So Eden told the British cabinet about the secret meeting, and this is in the cabinet minutes, 23 October 1956. So I don't see where the deception is that justifies Kyle's putting forward of this meeting as the smoking gun that means that this is all a bad thing, that there's this I don't see the secret that the British people had been betrayed, that the Atlantic Charter had been betrayed, that the Americans had been betrayed. I don't really see this because Eden told the cabinet about this meeting, and this is recorded in the minutes of cabinet meeting October 23rd, that Kyle relates. So why doesn't this influence his, seems to be a deep-rooted response of possibly liberal, a natural liberal inclination to see assertive action by British nationalists as unacceptable or morally offensive. You wonder how he got through World War II, but I don't know. So this fact, this Eden's relation of the meeting in Paris to the cabinet, deflates the entirety of Kyle's hypothesis that the Suez Crisis, his hypothesis, I'll just state this, is that Suez was a bad thing, that it was a betrayal of the British people, a betrayal of the Atlantic Charter, vaguely racist in attacking Egypt, poor little Egypt that he seems to take as his, as that he patronizes. This is his hypothesis. There's some bad, horrible deed here. There were casualties, as we will see, among the Egyptians, but given the massive possible war that could have resulted from Nasser's nationalization of the Canal, what was Eden was talking about in his one meeting with Nasser, he was talking about nuclear deterrence of the Soviets on the part of Britain in the Middle East in respect to its Arab allies. So the scale of possible escalation to Nasser having seized the Suez Canal was massive. And there Kyle relates, we'll get I'm not minimizing the loss of life, but we'll get the official information from Kyle. But in the photo I showed the picture of earlier, there's probably about 750 killed in Port Said and Port Foud combined. So not minimizing the loss of life, compared to the scale of war that could have occurred because of this, I fail to see that Kyle's hypothesis that this is a horrible, dastardly deed that is all Britain and France's fault. It doesn't equate to the actual events, especially this meeting in Paris. I don't see how it's a massive betrayal of the British people. But this is the assumption and the hypothesis that runs throughout this book. So the cabinet thus knew that there had been direct contact with the Israelis about the casus belli. It is the only direct reference to the Sèvres Conference to be found in the British records so far released. But he told the cabinet about it. So Kyle quits beating around the bush and states his case. Is this a statement of his hypothesis? Yes, I believe so. So here's a statement of Kyle's hypothesis, his argument throughout this book. The cabinet was deceived about the extent with the Israelis, or at least not. Quote, the cabinet was deceived about the extent with the Israelis, or at least not addressed with candor on the subject. That's it? That's it? This the evil deed? So this is the dastardly deed that sunk the British Empire? This warranted Eden's eventual resignation, Britain's end of empire. This horrible secret betrayal, as he calls it, of the extent. The cabinet was deceived. How was the cabinet? The cabinet was told. The cabinet was deceived about the extent of the agreement with the Israelis. Oh boy, this is just much ado about nothing. Yeah. What's really going on here? What's really going on is unilateralism, 19th century, modern European nationalistic unilateralism being replaced by Kyle's globalist internationalist assumptions that nobody can step out of line. That this making a big deal about this meeting in Paris and the very minor military operation that was eventually undertaken before they. Well, we'll leave that to description of later events, but that's what's really going on here. What Kyle really believes in and is advancing, although he doesn't say this explicitly or rarely, minorly, is this visceral reaction to any questioning of the globalist post-war liberal, although it's not liberal. Liberal is a term I've watched my book reviews of George Brown. It's more globalist than liberal. this is what he cares about. This is why this act was a big deal. It was Britain acting in a nationalistic way, France acting in a nationalistic way. And European countries, Western countries can't do that anymore. Will they incur the wrath of internationalists? And the Arab countries, like, what did the Prime Minister of Iraq say? Hit Nasser and hit him hard. That's what the other Arab countries would have thought if Britain and France had hit Nasser hard. They would have respected them. But it's this visceral reaction by these Western internationalists that just freak out and get their way because they freak out. And people bow to them. I guess they don't want to incur their wrath. Gosh, I mean, it almost makes Nasser look moderate by comparison. I'd rather face the wrath of Nasser than the wrath of Kyle. Well, at least Eden would rather face the wrath of Nasser than the wrath of Kyle. In the end, we'll see what happens here. I'm kidding, that's not a fair assessment of Eden, but why care so much what these globalist, internationalist people think? Whatever they're going to call you. And these other countries around the world don't listen or respect them either. Yes, rather unilateralism making the first break with multilateralism since World War II. That's why this was a big deal. And the first and only break by Britain and France. They have not been allowed to do anything else since then. Only the US can do what it wants. What's really going on here is that this is the first time since World War II any Western country employed unilateralism and broke with UN consensus that no country could act outside of the UN except the US. Egypt, of course, can act unilaterally and seize the Canal. This is the internationalist, globalist, liberal attributing of nobility to any opponent of a Western nationalist. Once again, one wonders how they interpret the Nazis in World War II in light of that. How is British nationalism or Canadian nationalism or American nationalism inherently bad given those countries' nationalisms rose up when assaulted and attacked, and in the case of Britain, invaded by the Nazis? How is British nationalism inherently bad? That, given they defeated the Nazis and American and Canadian nationalism defeated the Nazis, how is it inherently bad? I don't understand. How is it Nazi? How is it white nationalism? It's not white nationalism. It's British, English nationalism, Canadian nationalism, American nationalism. It's not white. It's just your own country and culture. it smacks of some self-hate. And on that pleasant note, I will end my first video reviewing, first half of the video reviewing Keith Kyle's Suez. And we are halfway through his tome. Let's see how the military operation unfolds for Britain, France, Israel, and Egypt. Till next time.